Welcome. This is a meeting of the Nevada Unified School District Board of Trustees. It's June 16th. All trustees are present for this meeting along with our staff. What we want to do first is please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. The board did meet in closed session this evening, and we will have the report out from Trustee Aguila.
Good evening. Today the school district board of trustees, we discussed in closed session pursuant to government code 54957 and 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, Jonathan Ferrer, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, Employees Organization, California School Employee Association, and that was information only. Second, we discussed in closed session pursuant to government code 54957 and 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator, Jonathan Ferrer, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources with Employees Organization, Novato Federation of Teachers. Third item, we discussed in closed session pursuant to government code 54957 and 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators, Jonathan Ferrer, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, Employee Organization, Management / unprecedented. The next item we discussed, that was information only. And the next item we discussed in closed session pursuant to government code 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator, board representative, board president, unprecedented, employee, superintendent. And that was information only.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to approving our agenda this evening. There are no changes. It stands as is.
I'll move that we approve it.
I second.
So a first by Trustee Mack, a second by Trustee Aguila to approve our agenda. Please raise your hand. I'll say those in favor. Thank you. 7-0. Public comment on consent. We didn't receive any comment this evening on any consent items. Are there any items that the board would like to pull?
I'd like to pull item L, Debbie.
Okay. Item L is Trustee Cooper. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, we can move on our consent, including item L.
I'll move the consent agenda without item L.
Okay, so we have a first by Trustee Nell. Second. Trustee Mack is our second. Just give me 1 second, sorry. Okay, so we have first by Trustee Nell and a second by Trustee Mack to approve our consent excluding item L. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, 7-0. Thank you. And just to, we just approved the, one of the items we approved was item J, 16J was the terms for our members of our Independent Citizens Oversight Committee for our bond. So I just want to extend a thank you for them for continuing their service on our bond oversight committee. We are losing one member, so we want to thank him for his service. It's Greg Cote, I think it is, I believe, and I'm sorry if I've ruined that last name, but I want to thank him for his service. He has moved out of the area, and so he's not allowed to continue his service. So, Trustee Cooper, would you like to do item L now, or do you want to? Is it simple, or is it?
Mind, let's do it now. It's simple. I'd just like, if Yancey's there, if he could just offer a very brief explanation of what this is, just more for the community's sake, transparent.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cooper. Yes, the TAN is a tax anticipation note Government code gives counties the authority to loan districts for cash flow between 75 and 85% of their tax revenue in a year that is usually payable by April 15th of that year. So usually it's for the summer and the fall. Some counties do not offer this to their school district. The County of Marin has been kind enough to use that government authority to do that, as well as an important aside, moving into next year where we're potentially looking at significant deferrals in our cash flow. This could be a huge help and potentially avoid us having to go out and do what's called a tax and revenue anticipation note, or TRAN, which is what we do in the financial markets and is significantly more expensive.
Okay.
Great, thank you, Yancey, I appreciate that. And with that, I would approve item 16L of the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Cooper. Do I have a second? Trustee Millerick, is there a second? All those in favor to approve item 16L? 7-0. All right, we're going to move on to our presentation this evening. Let me just make sure that I haven't missed. Yeah, presentation this evening is our Novato Charter School, and we have Director Nikki Lloyd here. Hi, Nikki.
Hi.
We only get to see you like once a year, and this is it.
Yeah, and this is strange.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah. So thank you very much for allowing me to present. And I hope you all received our written report on the year. It's really hard to think about this year as a whole, because it seems like COVID and remote instruction and learning have really taken over. So I actually really enjoyed being able to reflect and look back and look at all the work that we did before we went to remote instruction. So I included it in the report, but one of the big things that we worked on, which really aligned with what the district was doing, and I very much appreciated being included in the multi-tiered system of support, professional development. That's something we've been working on for a couple years, and so it was great for us to join that group and learn, especially since we had our feet a bit in the water. So that's something we're really proud of and continue to strengthen to meet the needs of all learners. We also have continued to address diversity, and I put a couple of the resources we use, the teaching tolerance and the social justice framework, I think is excellent. So we've taken that up in the last couple of years to make sure that all students and all families feel comfortable and welcome to join our school, that they feel supported while they're part of our school. We're pretty proud of that work. And then of course, we are taking that big leap, as you all know, to become an independent LEA for special education services. That's a tough thing to do, because we very much have enjoyed working with Nevada Unified School District over the years. But as a mature school, it seemed like it was time to do that. So working with that MTSS, strengthening our RTI process and our regular assessments, and beefing up our program so we are meeting the needs of all students and families, I hope is setting us up and preparing us well for that change. And I think during this remote period, I just want to mention that I have very much appreciated being included. Chris and Amy included me in the Tuesday. Well, I think the first couple of weeks it was every morning meeting. Then we went to Tuesday and Thursday, and then weekly. So I really appreciated having the support and being in partnership with the district during that, especially the beginning weeks, and including joining the reentry committee. So I look forward to continuing that partnership throughout the summer. I know we'll be a bit busy.
Are you, sorry, were you,
Yeah,
you
that,
done?
I think that's it. That's my summary.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. That's my summary.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer questions. Yeah.
Trustee Millerick?
So I know, thank you very much, Nikki. It's always good to see you, and I look forward to when we can have a lunch together again. That'd be great.
Yeah.
I know you guys have focused on a more personal touch to education, and technology isn't always your first play, but here we are in a technology world. How has this been for your students and your staff in terms of adopting to these tools?
Well, it was a bit of a shock. As you know, our goal is to delay the introduction of technology until 5th grade. That's what we've tried to do. And I have felt like we've done that very responsibly with bringing in technology in 5th grade. We have a cyber civics. I don't think I talked about that, but we have a cyber civics curriculum that we bring in 5th grade, and we walk the students through what it's like to be a digital citizen. What are the dangers? What are the benefits? How you can both be a consumer and a producer, because I think a lot of our students tend towards being consumers and are a little slower to come to that producing aspect of it. So that was our ideal. And of course, we have had to begin testing on computers as young as 3rd grade. So that's kind of come to us in the last couple of years. Our students are incredibly resilient. They do probably better with it than some of the teaching staff. Yet that we've come along with that. And when this occurred, again, I think as it was for many teachers, it was a bit of a shock. It took us a few days to sort of jump into action. And then we began using Google Classrooms 3rd through 8th grade. We used Google Classrooms as a platform for K through 2 for them to access their Zoom meetings so that they can maintain a connection with their teachers. We continued RTI, which actually was one of the most successful pieces, I would say, of the remote instruction, being able to continue to support those students who had been receiving interventions. So I'm actually incredibly proud of my teachers and how they stepped up to utilizing technology and embracing it. We had a few families up through 4th grade who said thanks, but no thanks. We'd like to stay with paper and pencil. And we were able to respect that and produce paper pencil packets for them.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Any other questions, trustees? No? Okay. Has your enrollment, I see you have 270. Wasn't it a little bit lower? Have you been able to expand on that a little bit, or?
No.
Or has it always been?
Yeah, it's been about 270.
Oh.
I think it's even gotten up to 270 or 271.
Okay.
I believe for a while we were being conservative and we're sort of budgeting for 268. We have a couple classes that are over enrolled. So sometimes like twins, we don't separate twins. So if we have one vacancy and it happens to be a twin, that's happened to us a couple times, we take both twins. Or if we have a faculty member, a full-time faculty member who joins our faculty, then we add their child. So that's why that number is a little bit higher than projected.
All right, if there's no other comments or questions, we'll, this is not your usual presentation. We know you will usually come with some performance or music or some entertainment for us, but we still appreciate you holding this to our annual update from you, and we appreciate you taking the time. So thank you.
Thank you.
And we're glad you're able to work with the district and be a part of through this.
Yeah,
we're able to help you, partnership with you.
Yeah, and if I can just say, I am so grateful of Chris and Amy's leadership, especially. I think I work the most closely with them. I feel like I've learned a lot. Their integrity is amazing and their innovation, and it's inspiring. So I actually, as a leader, have felt that they have both been mentors to me, and I really appreciate the opportunity to have that touch point and experience their leadership. So thank you.
Debbie, I think the Novato Charter was the 109th charter school in the state of California, early adopter of the charter program. I think that's the right number.
89th.
89th, okay, under 100, 89th. So it's been a long-term success, and Nikki's, as either a parent or a faculty member or a leader, has been part of that success. And it's always good to share this community with Nikki and her leadership. Thanks.
Great. Well, thank you
Thank
very
you all
much.
for your support.
All right.
Thank you, Nikki.
Take care.
Thank you, Nikki.
Stay
Bye.
safe.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to announcements from the board, and Trustee Miller, do you have any announcements?
I do not. Thank you very much.
Okay. Trustee Nell? No. Okay. Trustee Gasson?
Just two quick little things. I attended a NIOT event, Not in Our Town, Novato event yesterday afternoon, which was great. They are still trying to meet regularly. So we were at Miwok Park to do a little face mask socializing event. Their next meeting will be on July 13th, and you can find information about them at niot.org/Novato. And I attended today the CSBA Uncertain Road Ahead Real World Applications of School Reopening Guidance webinar. And my understanding, I don't know what other trustees may have joined or not, but the information should be on their website. I thought that it was a helpful and interesting session, given all the uncertainty about our budgets and stuff like that. So just wanted to put it out there for you.
Great, thank you. Trustee Mack?
Yeah, just a couple things. Want to thank Mike Woolard and Melissa Dugan for their time on Saturday, along with Kristen Yancey, leading us as trustees on a tour of the new buildings at San Marin and Novato High School. Very impressive. So refreshing to see some good news as we navigate the chaos we're all facing today. And I'm now convinced, really more than ever, that these improvements are really going to help us drive revenue gains through increased enrollment. Cross my fingers, right? I encourage everyone to take a look at the future of these two flagship campuses in our district. It's truly a cool thing to see. The other thing is, just before we started tonight, I was on that Facebook Live with Congressman Huffman and Bell, and really was, granted, this is all stuff we all know, but it just really hammers it home that, I think it's more important for me to speak up tonight, on a topic that's always been important to me, and that's equity. Right now, despite all the crazy stuff we got to deal with, we got to be cognizant of what's really going on outside beyond our immediate bubble. Well, I think everybody at this table is more than committed to equity. My takeaway is we all need to do better. We all need to check ourselves, check our entitlement, regardless of how progressive we may think we are, me included, even in the bubble we call home here in Novato. That said, I would ask all of us to use our empathy to see through the lens of others, not as fortunate as us, to imagine how our entitlement and access in life and that of your children would change if not for the fortunate circumstance of our birth. And most importantly, don't be afraid to speak up when we hear a friend, an acquaintance, or even a family member slip into intolerance. Our silence in these matters is an enabler of its persistence in our community. If we all speak up, at least start the process of making a difference. It's time for all of us to step up. And I'm going to get off the soapbox, but I just think it's important that we talk about this stuff every chance we get. That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Mack. I think I agree with you completely. So I thank you for expressing that. Everybody spoke on everything that I did. Graduation, was able to do Novato High and swing by Novato High for graduation, and spend some time there. I spent an hour or so there and seeing the graduates come through. Saw Trustee Mack's son come through and his family. It was nice to see that. Much
appreciated. Thank you. Yeah. It was a great event.
It was a great day, and I think we did the great job in honoring our graduates the best we could, and I think they really appreciated it. I actually liked it better than waiting until August. We did it now, and we're able to do it when we typically do. So it was nice. And Trustee Aguila, I skipped you, so I'll come back to Trustee Aguila. Do you have any announcements? And I skipped Trustee Cooper as well.
Yeah. Just wanted to congratulate the graduates.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Cooper?
No comments tonight. Thanks.
Okay. Trustee Miller?
I had the opportunity Sunday to meet with a career technical education lead at the College of Marin, and discussion of career paths for high school seniors came up. And clearly all of our Marin County students who were planning to go off to college are now going to be sitting in the back bedroom paying off the college tuition, and some families are going to choose to defer that experience and use a community college alternative, maybe for the first 2 years of college, so they can then use the money to earn a master's degree perhaps and have a full college experience. So we asked the College of Marin to reach out to the superintendent of all 3 districts and arrange for a flyer, so our high school seniors that we would probably mail, each district would mail, because we wouldn't want to release the names and addresses, but that would then the College of Marin offerings could be made available in a clear mailing to the individual graduate. So Superintendent Koska, I expect you're going to be getting a phone call on a connection, so we can help our students who are not clear exactly what the next few months is going to bring for them, give them one more choice that maybe is the right financial choice for them and their family. So,
Trustee Gasson?
Sorry, I was remiss. I've been so focused on things. You reminded me. I wanted to acknowledge the work that both high schools did for their kids and for the graduates. I went to the San Marin High School graduation with Jonathan, and then I moved over to the Novato High ceremony as well. And it was interesting as I'm driving out there. I had my car all done up and everything, and so many others, and it just downpoured on us to top it all off. But the kids were in good spirits. It was fun being there with Yancy and meeting people and seeing the kids all smiling and making the best of it. So I was really proud of our schools for what they pulled off and making it a nice day for everybody.
All right, Superintendent Koska, do you have any announcements or comments?
Yes, I do. One thing, trustees, if you don't have your microphone muted when you're in the meeting, then you kind of jump around on the live screen if you make any noise. So just let's try to make sure we're muted if we're not talking. So a couple of comments. Graduations, they were not traditional graduations. But I was super impressed by the 3 graduations I was able to make it to. I went to the graduations at Hill, and the team there just did a fantastic job of honoring every child. I was also able to make it to Novato High and San Marin, 2 somewhat similar but also very different graduations that took on the cultures of those 2 campuses. Really found a way to honor the kids and honor as many traditions as we could, acknowledging that we can't have our graduates together. And as you all know, I think my son graduated from high school this year, and his high school did a similar thing to what we did with their own campus's flair. But the one thing that we couldn't replicate is just having all the kids together. And I think that's what so many of our graduates are sad about. And I wish we could find a way to do that, but I just want to call that out. But I also want to say that our high schools did a fantastic job of honoring the kids with the circumstances that we had before us. I'm getting a lot of positive feedback from our elected officials about the advocacy that they're receiving from Novato. I can't guarantee that it's going to make any significant difference, but they are saying that Novato is being heard. And yeah, I appreciate your support as we move through these challenging times. One thing that's new on the radar this week that we haven't been talking a lot about is athletics. I want you guys to know that I'm working closely with our high school principals about how we safely return our student athletes to athletic conditioning this summer, knowing that our #1 commitment must be to making sure that this happens safely. So expect more information as we go through the week. We will follow all guidance from Marin County Public Health and the Marin County Office of Education and the CIF when we're developing our protocols. So more to come, but know that we're actively working on that with our high schools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we did not have any non-agenda public comments submitted for this evening, so we'll move on to our staff reports. We're actually ahead of schedule, unbelievable. We will begin with our reentry task force update. which is item 13A on our agenda. I'm just gonna wait. There's Amy.
Awesome. All right, Ellen, should I just take over for the PowerPoint, or are you going to run that? All right, let me get this set up. All right, how am I looking? Great. Yep. Okay. So I want to begin right out the gate with just a huge thank you to the community and to all the volunteers that helped put this together. In a few short weeks and with a very compressed timeline, we were able to create quite an extraordinary document that will help guide our re-entry in August. Our task as a team was to create a really high-level guidance document to really shape our actions in the fall. One thing that I want to make abundantly clear is that this is simply a guidance document, and that as more and more details and more requirements are become clear for our system, that it will probably change quite significantly in the upcoming weeks. So even today, we were participants in a meeting that has driven our elementary principals to go back to the drawing board and recraft the schedule that's in that final chapter. So every time we get a new data point, we're going to adjust this document, but I think it reflects for our community and for the school board the extensive thinking and thoughtfulness and the resources that we're consulting as we plan for this reentry. The process was to first ask for volunteers. We decided early on that we wanted as many voices as possible at the table, and we were really pleased to see 150 individuals volunteer to lend their voice to this report. Once we met and really aligned on our team goals and our expectations, the 150 members divided up into task force that wrote each sections of the document. Their document was complete on the 11th, and we're happy to present it to you today. An important note on this document is that it is simply some guidance, some recommendations, and that we do have an important practice in education, and that's working with our labor partners. And so while we can recommend and contemplate some shifts in the working environment for next year, it really is only a starting place, and our superintendent Ferreira takes that back to our unions and has conversations with them about the impact in their work, and we nothing is final until we've had those conversations. So there are elements of this report that have not been negotiated, and that we are in conversations with our union partners to settle. So this is a Wordle that we were able to pull from our thought exchange. The larger the word, the more frequently it was used in our community feedback. We had over 2,500 members of the community give their thoughts into our thought exchange. And there were over, I think, 3,300 actual thoughts that were exchanged and ranked and became important in the crafting of our work. As I said, we're planning for some incredible unknowns. We do not know yet at this point, at this moment in time, what number of student cohorts will be allowed. You could see in some of the planning for the elementary team, they're planning for very small cohorts, and we're hoping that number increases. We want to, later in the summer, check in with parents in our initial survey about sending students to school. We did have about 20% of our Novato parents who are going to be opting for an online education next year. And they're telling us they'd like us to prepare that for them. And so we'll get those final numbers in July. But before doing that, we really wanted the community to be able to examine our thinking and what we're anticipating for the year ahead. So we'll be pushing this document forward, and then asking parents to let us know if they're going to look for the hybrid learning opportunity, if they're going to be needing us to prepare an online curriculum for their child. Other considerations that we still to this date do not know and are changing on a rather frequent basis is really what the final safety protocols are that our county office will be requiring of our students. We don't know the age range for the students who will be needing to wear masks. We don't know exactly what the county health orders will be, but as those become clearer and clearer to us, we'll be adapting this document in those areas to ensure that Novato Unified has a plan that is aligned with the county health orders. We have very little control over what those county health orders will be, but when they are issued, we'll fully abide by them, as is our responsibility. So that's one of those data points that has yet to become fully formed in our planning. Our guidance report is rather robust, as you can see, 76-something page document. And we covered some very crucial areas. We've covered how we will be communicating in the fall, what our protocols will be to ensure that families are aware of the public health requirements and have the information that they need to make the best decisions for their children. Our facilities department has done a lot of work around thinking through the protocols that will need to be in place to ensure that our classrooms are sanitized, to ensure that our classrooms have the spatial distancing that will be required from the county health department, and ensuring that we have the elements to prepare for any screening, tracking, or temperature checks that we may need as students come onto campus. We will be implementing illness and prevention protocols, and this will be things like contact tracing and the PPE equipment that may be needed for our staff members as they are working on campus, how we will handle hand washing and masks and the cleaning tools. So there's a section in there about what we're anticipating for those elements in the fall. We've taken some time, as you could see on our Wordle and the earlier slide. Our community is worried about the mental health of our students. And so we have a chapter in there when we've really thought through how to support the reentry for students, making sure that they have access to mental health care and that there are expanded opportunities to support children that way. So you can see the section in our report dedicated to those actions in the fall. We've included several actions to ensure that we are working hard to reduce the inequality that can happen in the educational system, looking for new solutions to accelerate students who may be coming to us with learning gaps and other disadvantages. And so we have done a lot of thinking about how we can support those students in the fall. And a lot of those action plans and elements are in our report. There's a section on fiscal considerations. The business department met with community stakeholders to think through how we can approach the fiscal considerations that we'll be facing in the fall. And there's a multi-step action plan along with timelines around how we will be addressing that. We have a whole section on our meal service logistics, and our head of food and nutrition met with a task force to think through how we can distribute this in a safe manner and making sure that our students get the food and nutrition that they need in a way that is compliant with health orders and expectations to reduce interactions for students. And there's a section aimed towards instructional considerations and making sure that when we return to the fall that we're being very strategic in our curriculum and in our assessment of student growth to ensure that we're addressing any learning gaps or knowledge challenges that may have taken place in the spring and finding ways to support those as we move forward. The final chapter that was consisted of 2 separate teams, and they took their best guess, again, using very few data points to map out what they think could be a very doable schedule for students and staff that ensures that we have small groupings. One thing we are hearing from the health department is that students will be staying in one place when they arrive on campus. And so our secondary team will be popping in and out of classrooms while the children remain in one specific room. So that's something that the high school team took on that challenge to kind of map out what that could look like for a student. The recommended middle school schedule, again, full disclaimer that these could be changing as the county health issues new guidance. But the recommended middle school schedule at this time was to really simplify the day for children, ensuring that they have 3 periods a day, that they're able to leave at the lunch hour, have a grab and go lunch. One thing that is critical in all of our planning is to ensure that Google Classroom remains current. And so all of our educators will be asked to maintain their Google Classrooms. This is important because we know that as we have infections that may occur, we'll be needing to collapse those sections and be sending those students home for at least a 14-day quarantine period. And so to make sure that those students experience no disruption in their education, we are asking our educators to maintain those Google Classrooms. This was the recommended elementary schedule. Again, when they are planning this schedule, they were thinking of cohorts in 11. We have increasing hopes that those cohorts will increase and we'll be able to get more days for students on campus. And so as of this afternoon, even the schedule is outdated, and I'll be putting the new schedule on the living document that will remain online. But in this planning, again, they were striving to make sure that we had small cohort groups that were not interacting with other cohorts. So I'll be excited to get their work from today up and online. Their work from today does have more time with students with teachers and more of a daily attendance opportunity for our students. The recommended high school schedule, keeping to small cohorts, striving for a schedule that they felt like was manageable for a student during these challenging times, is 4 classes for each semester, having 2 classes daily. And again, ensuring that we have time to support our students who may be struggling or falling behind. And again, making sure that Google Classrooms remain the real backbone to the academic system throughout the fall. Some of the important elements that came up in our planning that I just want to sort of forecast for both our community and for the board, again, is the importance of maintaining Google Classroom so that as students need to quarantine or families who may have contact with someone who may or may not be infected, that they're able to stay home and not experience a disruption to their educational experience. We also feel like, as everyone participated in this report, that it's very important that everyone participate in the continual sanitization and safety of our schools. And so we will be asking all staff to be participants in wiping down doorknobs and desks and doing things that keep our classrooms and school environments safe. One of the elements that came out of the secondary team, because students attend in one classroom and teachers enter and exit, we really are looking forward to the teacher toolkit and making sure that that is available in all of our classrooms. This will facilitate the instructional offering for the educator who can walk into any classroom on our secondary sites and know that the digital tools are going to be there for their lesson. And so we're happy to see that work happening this summer, and can only encourage more of that. Curriculum, because we are looking at solutions that are a little more compressed for students and a little bit more simplified, we're going to really be encouraging our educators to focus on those essential standards and making sure that the key learnings that are important for a child in their future learnings are taught to mastery at each level. And finally, it's obvious to us that agility and flexibility are going to be key. What we may see on day 1 may be different by day 3, may be different by day 5 as we adapt and do what we can as a system to meet the requirements that are coming to us from the county health department. In all, I'd have to say that as these individuals met in different groups, that there's a sense of optimism, there's a sense of opportunity. I just couldn't be prouder of our Novato community and the way we're embracing this challenge and thinking in new, innovative ways. I think this guiding document really shows that people are thinking deeply about these matters. And we will be ready for those first students to be arriving in August. So any questions the board may have?
Debbie,
Yep, Tom, Trustee Cooper.
Amy, I can't tell you how impressed I am with this document and the short amount of time that you've been able to pull it all together. Wrong choice of words. Pull a great document together. And granted, it's, as you said, going to be changing, it sounds like, quite a bit. So congratulations and thank you again for that. Just a couple of questions. One is, how are our teachers kind of looking at being back in the classroom? How are they overall? Are you sensing that they're comfortable with that? Or look, I mean, I'm sure they're looking forward to being with their kids, number one, but from a safety standpoint, what's the pulse on that?
I think that there is an intense longing to be back with children. I think every teacher that helped us in this work really articulated that. But they are, really looking for a high threshold from us on safety for themselves and for their children. And so I think we are going to be really applying ourselves during the summer to make sure that everything we're doing meets the high standard that's being set for us by the county health board.
Sure.
So we won't open those doors until what we've done is compliance with the county health department, and I hope that will give our community and our staff members peace of mind. The county health department is telling us there will be times that we will have to collapse those sections. There will be infection. That will be something that we will experience next year. So there's no fail-proof solution, but what we're doing is done under the best advisement of those physicians and those consultants, and we're hoping that will provide a lot of peace of mind to everyone involved.
Good, thank you. And then just the last question is, have you given any consideration to, let's say, parents don't feel comfortable bringing their children or allowing them back into our classrooms right now or in August? Or have you given thought, I'm sure you have, but can you share your thoughts on 100% distance learning still as a possibility?
Yep. Right now, with the results of our survey, it does look like 1 in 5 parents are at least strongly considering, if not already committed to online learning. And so we're going to do a final assessment of that in July, and then we're going to be building that for our families. We have a lot of thoughts already on the table around how we can do that to ensure that it's the highest quality, but we know that for a certain percentage of our population, that's simply going to be what's needed, and Novato will be there to deliver.
Great work. Thank you.
Can I just tag on to that? For my question was in regards to, we have NOVA, our independent study program. How does that program going to work in with the remote, with the families who want to go full on remote?
So we think that we're going to be threading. We know that there may be a handful of our employees who do not have the health requirements that are needed to be in the classroom. And so we're already anticipating a small portion of our teaching staff to be able to redeploy towards those efforts. And we're going to look at NOVA as the opportunity to really create almost this massive digital school. And we really want to create a sense of community and a high level of academic rigor. And so we are prepared for that. We do think that's what's going to be required to get us through the next year or two.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Millerick and then Trustee Mack.
So on the split of the school between fully cyber Zoom, fully Zoom class, I assume all the remote students will still have Zoom access to their instructor. are you going to set them up as a separate cohort so the whole class is all remote only Zoom, and then the students who come to campus are a separate group? Or are you going to commingle it so some students are receiving the lecture over Zoom while others are sitting in front of the teacher? What?
I think right now that's pretty open-ended for us. I think we need to wrap our arms around the kind of numbers that we're going to be looking at. And then we want to be talking with our union partners around that responsibility and how they would like us to shape that work. But right now, that's a pretty open-ended question for us.
Okay, one more question. We were one of the few districts, or one of the collection of districts that had Chromebooks in the hands of our students. So lucky Novato, we got lucky and we were thinking ahead. How has that turned out as an experience? How is that going to play into, I mean, I assume we're going to capitalize on it, but any thoughts about how that turned out compared to other districts who weren't not in such a fortunate position? Are we ahead or behind or gaining, or what do you think? Just you were there and I wasn't. You've lived this, so I'm just curious.
So I have to say this was not luck. This was vision by our trustees to see that these electronic tools and digital tools were important to have in the hands of our children. And because of your foresight, we were able to, in a weekend, take our system from in-person to remote learning. You know, after that Friday night shutdown, on Monday, there were teachers who were there with their children. And it was one of the most extraordinary moments I've seen in education. You know, we keep in contact throughout the state as to how other districts are faring. And Novato consistently was the cream of the crop. We had a lot of traffic from Southern California and from Central California, looking at our protocols, looking at our website, asking for help, asking for our strategies. And so we really, truly led the way in that moment. And I couldn't be prouder of the work that's been done right here in Novato. You know, our name and our reputation really is something that is known not only in Sacramento, but it's known in San Diego and Central Valley because of the fine work that happened in that moment.
Thank you.
Trustee Mack?
Unmuting. There we go. Sorry. I had the opportunity to participate in the task force and really appreciated the organization, Amy. It was fantastic to herd 150 cats into 9 separate groups. And then for each of the moderators of those groups to do their job, it's quite a task, and all within, what are we talking about, 10 days? Something like that. So very impressive indeed. So thank you for putting that together. It was very well organized, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be part of it. Just a question or two I've got is with the schedules, you know, high school and middle school, and this is just me probably being dense, but I'm, you know, some cohorts or some classes are 3 times a week, some are 2. Are we flip-flopping every week, or what's the thought there?
So right now, the best hope that we have, and we have reason to have this hope, is that we will be able to get groups of between 16 to 25 in a classroom. And if we're able to do that, and we run a schedule in which we don't have a portion of our staff on prep at any given moment, if every staff member is teaching every single moment of the day, we're able to create very small groups that come within those guidelines. And so I think right now we're looking at the high school as like 2 classes on A day with that same cohort, 2 classes on B day with that same cohort. They're in the same room, and there are 4 secondary instructors who come in to teach at that time. We're looking at something similar in middle school, where it's 3 courses on A day, 1, 2, 3, 3 on B. But we think that we can do this without splitting those cohorts, which is welcome news. And we continue to hope that the county health department prioritizes kids getting into those classrooms, and that we can do our best to assure county health that there won't be cross contamination.
Got it. And then this didn't come to my mind until Chris was talking to us and closed. But it's a very valid point of how county health offices needs to consider really maximizing the time these kids are with us to keep them in groups, as opposed to just cutting them loose at noon every day. So, I know, middle and high school, we're doing just that, but any thoughts to how we might eventually go to a longer, more traditional day length?
Yep, and even this afternoon when we started to feel like we could get those larger numbers, Principal Nam has already got a schedule worked out with minutes, and so we can start extending that. The outlook is looking increasingly better, that we can push more and more to a normal day for a child. And that's always going to be where we're going to advance. And even if we don't start that way, but we move that way throughout the year, we're going to take advantage of every moment we can get with these children.
Yeah, that's music to the ears of parents who have issues, especially at the middle school level, the younger middle school level, where they need someone to watch their kid. And we filled that gap. Not that we're a daycare provider, but it's what we did. And to the extent we can get back to that, obviously, I think we're all on board with that, obviously. But I'm hoping for the best there. One thing I'd like to say really quick about the whole Chromebook and the IT thing, I want to give credit where credit's due to Trustee Millerick for pushing hard for our IT bandwidth. He's the guy that pushed our bandwidth, and the fact that we have so much bandwidth is key to our ability to do what we're doing today. So I just want to acknowledge that.
Trustee Gaston.
Thanks, Amy. I know as being one of those 150 people that you navigated into those groups and worked with, that it was a lot of work, and it was actually really interesting, and I'm really appreciate being a part of the process in the elementary group, especially since, sitting in those little groups that when we were doing our Zooms, you have people from extreme opposite points of view, which is good, because then you can vet out all the things that you need to consider and think about. And so it's kind of funny sitting here and learning today that the elementary plan that kind of came out of our group is already kind of outdated, which is to be expected. I guess on that front, what I would ask, and I will certainly leave it up to you, but I think it would be nice just to, as stuff like that comes out, just, shoot an email to the group and just say, hey, this is the new thing, just so that they don't feel that they're, stuff does evolve, but that they're still part of being a contributor in terms of where we're going. And I totally expect it's just going to keep changing, and hopefully more of a positive way. Because those cohorts of 12 were excruciatingly painful to try to figure out how to navigate kids, in small little groups. So that's great. That's a huge positive. Moving on to the middle school schedule, as of I don't even know what date it is. Last week, I have 2 middle school kids. So speaking as a parent, I'm eagerly awaiting maybe some changes to that. I'm just going to put that out there. I think that I have 2 children who are very highly motivated, but seeing that many classes in such a little time is freaking me out as a mom, because I think it's just a lot to cover. And I sort of like the 2x2 model, but I'll respect that there's other factors into play that I'm not aware of. But I do want to kind of push that we have to be mindful of the fact that, we've got kids coming into 6th grade who don't even understand how to do multiple classes. And if they can't be in a regular structure where they're in moving around classes or learning and then cramming all this, it's hugely overwhelming. One of the things that you said that I think is very true is I'm very optimistic that going through all this, as painful and hard as it is, not knowing so many things, is that we'll end up stumbling on something that is really cool and works so much better for us going forward. And I'm very hopeful that as things pan out, that people are looking at opportunities that we didn't have before, that we're kind of being forced to look at. So I think that is a really great thing. And the final question or comment I would have is, if we have kind of a chart of what our next steps are. I know you've talked about asking parents in July and getting a feel for that, but just having a little bit of an outline of where are we going and at what point do we have to have like a final, this is what we're doing because we've got teachers coming and kids coming. And I know it's, again, you know, having kids in school right now, I'm trying to maintain a calmness and say, I don't have to know everything right now, but it's really difficult because I am, you know, with every, I think, I don't know, I think we all are trying to grasp onto something that we can hold on to and try to figure out, okay, this is going to stay this way. And I know that right now that's really not practical, but being mindful that we've got a lot of families out there who really are trying to make adjustments, whether they have to have childcare, go, not go back to work or whatever. And I know you're all aware of that, but just, it's just a lot of anxiety right now for a lot of us. So, and I know you guys too, but so thank you for all that you're doing.
Yeah, as far as next steps, I think, you know, we've talked about maybe holding on to our elementary and secondary scheduling team because they have become so deeply enmeshed in this work. And as we're getting more data points, maybe continue to enlist their help over, you know, another meeting or two till as we get more information from county health. But as quickly as we can, as you know, creating a master schedule for a high school or a secondary is work that takes us months as a system to do. And so even pushing it to July is going to be a real nightmare for our system now to create those master schedules for students. And so we are going to really be asking for a firm commitment there in July so that we can rapidly go back to work on our master scheduling to ensure our kids have those cherished electives and those courses that they need. And we're keeping kids on the A through G track. So I think that's going to be the big benchmark for us. My hope is that at that point, when we're asking that question, that we do have some stronger clarity and we do have some final directives that are going to come to us through the Marin County Office of Ed and the County Health Department. So I'm hoping to be able to offer that sense of stability and sort of a mental image, at least, for what that will look like. But very quickly, we as a system need to put our heads down and create the master scheduling. And that's going to be a very arduous and complicated task for us. So.
All right, I'm going to move to public comment, if that's okay with the board. We do have that. Unless Trustee Nell, did you have something that you'd like to ask? No, okay. So Ellen and Chris are gonna do our public comment. I can be a timer of 20 minutes. I'm not sure if we have more than that, but I'll just put the timer on.
Right, I'll begin. The first one is from Allison Murphy, Fall High School Template. How are high school students going to meet high school graduation requirements and or UC CSU A to G requirements while only taking 4 classes? My daughter is signed up for 6 classes in the fall. If she is only allowed to take only 4 classes, who will decide what 4 classes of 6 she chose will be taken? My daughter wants to take all 6 classes. The option of dual enrollment in community college is not an option for many students. Our high school students will be competing with a growing number of incoming freshman college students who will have first choice enrollment. Our community colleges are facing the same scenario as NUSD, budget deficits, and all the considerations COVID-19 brings to education. There simply will not be enough space for all of our students seeking A to G courses. For example, my daughter was waitlisted for a summer course at multiple community colleges. After many emails and some luck, she was able to enroll in an online course at a community college in Glendale, California. This was after applying to many community colleges throughout California. We spoke to an administrator who reported there just isn't enough classes being offered for the number of students applying.
Okay, this is from Misha Litvack. Thank you for all the hard work of the board and reentry committee this far. I know we are at the mercy of the Marin Health Department and other governing agencies, but my 2 cents on reentry after reading the suggested scenarios is that 2 days of in-person learning for elementary students is not sufficient. I think a survey should be sent home to see how families will be sending children back, how many families will be sending children back or would like a 100% learning option, distance learning option. I apologize, she wrote this way better than I'm reading it. If the numbers work out and in-person enrollment is lower due to the number of distance learning families, then it seems to make more sense to have a class of 20 who are all together for 5 days a week and not having to worry about the various childcare that each would be attending during the time they are not on campus. Additionally, many students will not be able to participate in learning on the days they are not on campus, so this will further exacerbate the learning divide, as well as put all students behind. If middle school and high school students can be on campus 5 days a week, then we need to figure out how to make it work for elementary students, who are the ones who have the more pressing and dire childcare needs outside of school. Thank you. And again, I apologize for the misreadings. It was written very well.
This next one is from Victoria Olson. The subject is just 13E. We understand that NUSD will be facing tremendous challenges while trying to navigate a school schedule that works for most Novato families. There are many factors to consider. We ask that you keep our children safe the best way you can. Whether you choose for children to return to school for 2 to 4 or 5 days, we strongly urge you to also offer a remote learning option for families who either have children that are immune compromised, live with families who are immune compromised, or just feel unsure of returning to school. It seems paramount to include a remote option, not only for the children, but also for some teachers who may not feel safe returning to campus. We are asking for a lot of exposure with a lot of uncertainty in a time where we don't have enough answers. Please make sure that you offer a remote option so that NUSD can still receive the funds for each student not ready to re-enter campus. In addition, we think that looking at a shorter time schedule for TK to first grade would be beneficial in balancing spacing, masks, snack and lunch, and recess on the playground. If you had the youngest students just go to school with enough time to have the social component and be set up for success with clear guidance for remote learning, it could help with many of the obstacles the campus will face trying to stay within CDC guidelines. It would give the classmates and teachers a time to connect in person while still being able to have the parents monitor the majority of our obstacles. It would limit bathroom breaks, food preparation, and spacing. If the younger grades could be excused for their day before lunchtime, their meals safely at home. That would help minimize food being served at desks, cleaning playground equipment, as well as space out school pickup times. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. We know that this is a difficult time for all, and it is going to be an uphill battle to find the best solution for most. Thank you in advance for your time and consideration when it comes to our children.
All right, this is from Tanisa Villamino regarding the Reentry Task Force. Dear NUSD leadership and board, in reviewing the 2021 Return to School Guide, I have a number of concerns about the proposed elementary schedule. I'm genuinely concerned that only 2 days a week on campus will not provide enough regular face-to-face instruction to meaningfully engage students. It's hard to overstate how much the rhythm and routine of going to school every day helps students succeed. 5 days in the flexibility of home, punctuated by 2 days of structure of school, is not optimal for children to learn. It would be like the first day back after a long break week after week. In my experience, it takes time each year for my children to regain the stamina of making it through a 6.5-hour day. And by only going twice a week, I don't see how they will ever get there. I believe it would be better for the students and more developmentally appropriate to have a schedule that is similar to middle school and high school. Students should be on campus every or near every day for a shorter period of time. Home learning should be focused on reading or other activities that are developmentally appropriate for students to do at home with minimal parental involvement. It also seems like there might be room for larger cohorts based on the upper school schedule. If that's the case, the schedule should mirror the 5 short days of middle and high school. Alternatively, please consider AM and PM cohorts each day, with perhaps Wednesday as distance learning and for teacher prep. I do recognize that many constraints are out of the district's control, but the #1 objective of schools should be to educate our children in a meaningful and developmentally appropriate way. It will take flexibility and creativity, but I believe we can meet that core goal while managing exposure risk in the school environment. Kind regards to Nisa Villamino. Mom to Victoria, 5th grade, San Ramon, and Robbie, 6th grade at Sinaloa Middle School.
This next one is from Lisa Swanson. The subject is reentry plan. Board of Trustees, thank you for listening today. I write today on the school's reentry plan. Let's talk safety. The plan says that it allows for either home temperature taking or at school temperature taking. I implore you to make sure that students' temperatures are taken at school. That is the only way you know for sure that it is being done and will be a great warning sign for not only COVID, but also for other illnesses. Also, on the issue of kids cleaning the facilities themselves, unless you are issuing them gloves, things like Lysol wipes are harsh chemicals on their skin, and to ask kids to wipe up without gloves can wreak havoc on their skin. The other part of the plan I want to talk about is the middle school schedule. We know students will be stressed already next year, so that is a given. But to have them take 6 compacted classes when high schoolers have a plan to take 4 is completely out of line to what these kids can do under these circumstances. Mental health is so important, and this schedule does not take that into account enough. I suggest you look at the 2x2 model further, comparing the recommended block schedule with the 2x2 schedule on the 2 most important issues. The 2x2 comes out superior. Instruction. Under the 2x2 model, students receive over 50% live instruction per class. That is far greater than the other options. Contact. Under the block schedule, teachers and students have exposure to up to 130 per semester. Under the 2x2 schedule, teachers and students have exposure to up to 80 per session. That is a big difference in exposure per cohort, and more families are more likely to send their kids to school under this scenario. Each plan has our kids going to school 5 days a week, which is ideal. Maximizing our students' instruction time while minimizing exposure is exactly why we are planning. Plus, the plan did not mention a 100% virtual option, which I believe some families need, and not as independent study, but as a virtual instruction model. I ask that you think of our students in the similar way we thought about grading. Does this schedule harm our kids more than it supports them? If we must shut down a cohort, how many are we sending home in that cohort, which could potentially harm families too? Can you take the temperatures of over 800 students at a time in the morning versus 400? Please consider all the requirements when giving guidance to the district. These recommendations were built in silos, separate groups, and now is the time to look at how it affects the whole child and system before a final decision is made. Thank you, Lisa Swanson, NUSD and PTA parent.
All right, this is from Elizabeth Coleman. This is in regards to reentry, and 40% schooling is inadequate. Having children at school approximately 40% of their usual time does an unbelievable disservice to the kids and to their parents. Working families rely on having their children go to school in order for them to be able to work. This is not the 1950s when everyone has a mom at home to watch children all day. Taking an entire day off in the middle of the week for all children is outrageous. How does a kindergartner or a first grader learn when they have 5 days off in a row every week? My soon-to-be kindergartner will, I assure you, be starting over pretty much every week with that type of schedule. And you cannot assume mom will be home doing Zoom with them every day when you have canceled school. As a single parent, I will be paying thousands of extra dollars per year for her to have her in extended daycare, assuming they can accommodate that. I'm sure many families can't afford that. Children are low risk for illness. No evidence establishes that schools are a high transmission environment. Most studies say 2 to 3% impact on transmission. New studies indicate that kids are half as likely to contract the virus at all. You are proposing to gut the school year and hamstring working families, smaller groups, less mingling, everyday schedule.
This one is from Anna Smith. The subject is incoming kinder and TK families. Please include incoming kinder and TK families in communications about reentry. We have been left out of the loop. Also, kinder and TK have not been addressed in the proposed plan so far. Sending a new baby to school until 3 o'clock 2 days a week does not seem like a solid plan to me. My daughter's going into TK in the fall. I would love to have input on the plan for kinder and TK.
This is from Carly Shalene in regards to school schedule in the fall. I am a junior at Novato High School. Throughout the entirety of my time at Novato High, I have taken challenging courses so that I would be seen as competitive compared to other students applying for college. By having the students take only 4 courses, students will not be seen as competitive with other schools. Some students will not be able to meet the requirement to get into college or even graduate. Taking only 4 classes will make students have to pick and choose between the classes they signed up for. What would this schedule change mean for students within MSA? I know that many students will have to choose between their musical/art classes and their college required classes. This is an unfair position to put students in due to many going to Novato High School for its MSA programs.
Does that conclude?
That concludes the
Okay.
public
What I
comments.
thought. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Maybe Amy, could you just, hearing that last comment on the high school schedule, am I understanding it correctly, just as what you have in front of us now, is that they take 4 courses in the first semester and another totally different 4 courses in the second semester?
Yeah, so there'll be 4 sort of accelerated courses in the fall and then another 4. So actually in the schedule we have, a child actually could get 1 more elective than what we're currently offering. We did have strong representation of MSA on my secondary team, and you know, while scheduling conflicts will make it very hard for kids to get every class that they may want, we're going to do our best because of these increased sections to make sure that at some point in their school year, they get that elective that really is motivating for them.
Okay, yeah, so it's not 4 classes in 1 year.
It's 8.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Right.
clarify that. Okay.
So
Yeah.
I think the biggest change in the mentality for our high schoolers and high school parents is that when we typically think of a class, we think of a class with first semester, second semester. And in order to get credit for that class, you have to take 2 semesters. What we're talking about here is condensed classes. So you take your Algebra 1 class, you do a condensed Algebra 1 class, and you finish it in 1 semester, more like a college class than like a high school class. So you have 4 classes, you work all the way through those 4 classes in semester 1, and then you start 4 new classes in semester 2. So that's the big shift that we're talking about for high schools, is instead of your courses taking you a year to complete, you're completing them in a semester.
No, prepares them for college.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Trustee Millerick.
So my concern is that we can get the units in and they can do the markers, but there's a lot of our effort is going to go through to dealing with the health issues we're facing. So there'll be, in the course of 200 days, less time spent supporting every child and more time spent doing healthcare and cleanliness issues. There's going to be more emphasis on the individual student picking up the ball and taking the quality time with the instructor and applying that in order to fully learn the lesson plans. So my suggestion to families is understand that some of this burden is going to be carried by your child and you at home in terms of how focused they can be on getting the lessons that they learn. They can earn an A in a class, they can take the same class, but in order to get the depth of learning out of each of this, it's going to take extra effort on the student's part, not just extra effort on the teacher's part or the principal's part or the superintendent's part. We are facing a COVID crisis, and the way we're going to get through this and survive is everybody, including the students, have to do extra work to get the same result.
Okay. Trustee Gasson, and then we'll wrap this item up if there's no other comments or questions.
So Amy, I'm probably going to get the terminology right, and it doesn't apply to secondary, but one of the things that I thought was interesting was the, it's like a flip schedule. It's like where you Principal Catherine Nam mentioned it, where you do like a videotape of the instruction that you would normally get in front of the class, so that the kid just watches that at home, and then you do more of the work on site and all that interaction. So you save the time of that, just listening to the teacher in front explain something. And I thought that was interesting because I'd never thought about that, but it made me feel a little bit better that if my child was able, it's not a Zoom call, it's not, because I know there's a lot of, and my kids don't like Zoom either, but having that information available to them that they could do on their own, and a parent could even, if they so choose, watch it, and then you do the hands-on or you do more of the interactive stuff at home, made things seem a little bit better for me. So using that model I thought was very interesting, and I don't remember what it was called.
Yeah, it's a flipped classroom pedagogy, and it's got a lot of years of experience behind it, and it seems to be quite effective. And then Trustee Butler, I just want to make a couple of points that came up in our comments. 100%, we are going to increase the elementary time from what you see in that report. Though it will only go up. So that poor little team was thinking platoons of 11. And I think we feel very confident that that will only go up, and we'll be sure to push that out when it does. And then my second point is that absolutely we will have 100% distant learning for our Novato students.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. And I'm happy to hear the elementary changing their structure. So Trustee or Superintendent Casca?
Just one thing before Amy goes off screen. I want to embarrass her a little bit. This is the most important, one of the most important things we had to tackle this year, in a year where we tackled a lot of things. And usually this is something that the superintendent says, hey, now I got to do this, right? This is the most important work. I got to do it. And I had to make a hard decision because I knew that I wasn't the right person to do it. I knew that the best person to do it in the district wasn't me. And I had to show some humility and say, Amy, you're the right person to take on this work. This is the most important work we could potentially do in a couple of years. And you're the right person to lead it. And I'm going to step out of the way and be there to support you. But take the lead. And so I'm just so proud of her and the way she brought our community through this work. And landed in this place in such a time of unknown. Now, we know this is a working document. We know this is the best we can do given the circumstances were available to us. But I thank Amy and her great team that all supported her in making this happen. Amy's one of those people. I remember when I got a teaching job a long time ago, one of my principals hired me. She knew I wanted to be an administrator, and she said, Chris, I'm gonna bring you into this position, and I know I'm not gonna have you for very long, but I'm gonna enjoy every moment that I have with you. And that's how I feel about Amy. What I learned from Dr. Beverly Smith Miller, I share with Dr. Carter, is we don't know how long we're gonna have her, because she's gonna be off to do great things at some point in her career, and we're just gonna enjoy every moment we have her because we're so darn lucky. So Amy, thank you.
I appreciate the trust. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, wrapping this up, you said it was a very fluid document. It's clearly that's what it is, and it's going to change. So I know parents are anxious to know, as Trustee Gasson has said, but we will continue to work at it. And I hope the task force comes together again, or the groups come together at some point, the middle school and high school and elementary, to get another peek at it again. I think it's important that their opinions are part of that work up until July of when you want to get this wrapped up. And I understand the deadline with the master schedule. I think we all do, that we have to kind of draw the line somewhere. But I think another look at the team effort would be great if you could do that. And we have to follow the safety protocols and the county health orders, as you said. That is the number one priority, number one thing that we have to stick to. And that doesn't give us all the flexibility we want, but we have to follow that. So, and it was important that we had this report tonight so that we could provide our community with some sort of guidance on what we're looking at. But it'll change. So just keep paying attention, and we'll do our best to get that information out to everybody. So thanks, Amy, very much. I appreciate all the work on this. Amazing effort. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, moving on to 13B, we have Jen Russell this evening. She's a teacher at Novato High and our AVID director. She is going to present the year-end AVID report.
Thank you.
There she is. We want to see you.
I know, am I able to turn that off? I got an email that
there you are.
Turns it off. Okay.
You're good.
Hi.
Hi.
Wow, I'm exhausted listening to Amy, and so glad I didn't have to put that together. I get to just kind of sing our praises and talk about our AVID kids and the AVID program. So thank you for all of your provisions for our AVID implementation, the resources we've brought to NUSD. It's definitely impacting our students district-wide. Can I share my screen?
Yes,
Do I
you
have
can.
that? Oh, perfect. Okay.
It's coming up.
Yep,
There it is.
almost there.
Okay. So you guys see that?
Not yet. It's
Says
loading on my
loading.
end. There we go.
Okay, perfect. Great. So since 2008, NUSD has relied on AVID to help meet our college and career readiness goals for our students. And as you can see, we have very similar mission statements. We all, or both AVID and NUSD, really want to prepare our students for a global world and to be good people and good employees and good students, or whatever it is they want to do post education. So AVID uses kind of a college readiness system. The program for AVID actually is, there's two components, and I think that's one thing I want to really point out. There's the AVID elective, which is a tier 2 intervention that are a select group of students who have applied to and gotten into the AVID elective. And then there is kind of the AVID readiness system that can be school-wide. It's a bunch of pedagogy and tools that teachers can use and districts and schools can use to help meet college and career readiness goals for all students. It infuses purposefully and intentionally social emotional skills and culturally relevant teaching, as well as best teaching practices. So we are pretty good and at the college elective, or the AVID elective. And so that's what I'm going to be showcasing tonight, is our AVID elective class. We have it in our middle schools and our high schools. So if we look here, I got to move my, how do I move that? Okay. If we look here, and on the next slide, I'll talk about our LCAP goals, but one of our LCAP goals is for professional development. So on the left, you see we've got 20% of our AVID teachers have been formally trained by AVID. And that has fluctuated depending on the trainings we've had access to in years past. And I'll talk more about the AVID trained teachers. And then over here, another one of our LCAP goals is to help kids be college and career ready. And so if we look at our AVID seniors, in 2017, 79% of them were A through G, met A through G college requirements. And then 77% last year. San Marin, similar. If we look at NUSD as a whole, 41% of our students met A through G requirements and 59% last year. If we look at AVID in the county, there's the numbers. So our AVID cohorts are outperforming kids in the district and kids in the county and kids in California, which is really exciting news. But it also shows that we have room for growth as we compare ourselves to the TL and San Rafael AVID. And then this year we'll add some of the TAM Unified School District schools. I think Redwood has a senior class, and I believe TAM has a senior class. So that number will also include those. And I think Drake might too. So our LCAP goal is student success. Last year, one of the things we did that met our LCAP goal was we had teachers take the academic language and literacy training at AVID Summer Institute. And that is direct instruction, and it, when used with ELD students, it really helps them further develop academic language and confidence. What we find with like our LTELs, we find that some of them don't have the confidence, or there's gaps in their learning. And so the academic language and literacy skills are really good with them. And so several of our EL teachers in the middle schools and high schools went to that training and are using it. They also had a cohort that went from San Jose, and I'll tell you about that in a minute, for a specific program that they piloted last year called AVID Excel, which is separate from the regular AVID elective class. And that is specifically for kids in middle school that are LTELs, so long-term English learners, at a level like 3 or 4, with the goal of getting them redesignated by the time they exit middle school so that they can go directly into the AVID elective class in high school and take A through G courses so that they will be college ready. And then here's the staff goal that I mentioned earlier about that we want to provide high quality research-based professional development for teachers. And AVID was one of the ways we did that. So that's kind of some of the ways that last year AVID met our LCAP goals. AVID has long been a model program that exhibits best practices in closing the achievement gap with our students. Our AVID instructors are highly trained and also serve as trainers for other teachers to use AVID strategies in content area classrooms. And we had 3.6 FTEs last year with all of our AVID sections. The district continues to provide each of the secondary schools with sections to ensure that low-income English language learners and students of color can access the AVID elective class. Each of the schools continues to run at least one elective at each grade level from 7th to 12th grade. Hamilton Middle School provides students with a before AVID school experience because they can't fit it into their current scheduling model. So here we've spent resources, we've dedicated time and energy, and we definitely could leverage it way more than we do now. And as we talked about in the scheduling or in the re-entry, we are going to go to proficiency-based learning, and definitely AVID is one of those things that can help us get to our goal of PBE. And so it can be the way that we use to help kids access the rigor and get to mastery-based learning. Okay. So here is my 2019 graduates because from Novato High, because we couldn't have anybody together this year and we didn't get to do our AVID senior walk. This is actually the AVID senior walk that the seniors do at the elementary schools at the end of the school year, which obviously got canceled because of COVID-19. So I had to put them on there. But let's look at what has happened with our AVID class. So 29 students from Hamilton met before school. They were not graded and they were not required to be there, yet they still showed up. They created a career fair for the elementary school students. They toured St. Mary's College and got to see a basketball game. One of the AVID 8th graders is a NISA award winner. They held a Socratic seminar and did some reading on current grading practices and proficiency-based learning scales and proficiency-based grading so that they could better understand it. They were the recipients of lots of Hamilton awards at the end of the year, and they increased their MSA and their medical careers pathway acceptances. At San Jose, we had 87 students that were in the AVID elective. We had 4 elective classes, and then we had the new AVID Excel class, which I'll showcase in a minute. They learned, their teachers say they learned lots about personal responsibility, accountability, and organization. They did a traditions project and a cultural research project that culminated in a food celebration, which really was student driven as far as what they got to research. They also, students discovered that there was some discrimination happening on campus, and they created a service project to educate and to eradicate what was happening. They also put on a binder boot camp where they, as a community, came together and supported the organizational skills of non-AVID or AVID students and helped them get their organizational skills in check. This is a little poem, or a poem about, it's I am. I think, can I play a little bit of it?
Sure.
Whoops. Let's see if, there. I'll just play part. Whoops. Well, it went away. So that's where I'm going to stop that. So that was one of the projects that the 7th grade class did, and this was one of the students' interpretations of her I am poem. And the end will make you cry if you watch it all the way through. Their AVID Excel class at San Jose was 17 LTELs. There were 11 AVID trained staff from San Jose that took part in the AVID academic language and literacy strands to better support those LTELs in all content areas. They also, we hosted Santa Rosa Unified School District. Whitney was teaching the AVID elective last year, and she was very new to it, and still let a district come in and see what AVID Excel looks like. They were trying to decide whether they were going to implement it this coming up year, and she rocked it, and they really appreciated us opening up her classroom, and the teachers who had participated in the training over the summer came and answered questions, so that was really helpful. And then they provided differentiated support for all English language learners school-wide from the teachers that had been to the training. And then Whitney shared with me that one of her students in the AVID Excel class wrote to her saying she was really inspired to get her grades up. And even though she should have been inspired a while ago, she wanted to make her proud and her family proud, and knows that she has potential, and just wanted to share with her that she was ready to get her head in the game. And so that was kind of, AVID becomes a community and a family, and really supports kids in their social emotional learning and helps them get through lots of obstacles. And this is kind of a student acknowledging that Ms. McEachern has been part of that family. Sinaloa highlights, they had 31 students in their electives. They had 5 teachers get trained last year. They hosted, during COVID, they hosted a virtual college night exhibition. They, before COVID, went on a service learning field trip to a sustainable farm. They hosted a backpack boot camp for their peers. They really focused on the critical reading process. They invited all the math teachers. One of the big components of AVID is a tutorial twice a week where students learn kind of in a Socratic method how to really work through problems and to help each other without giving each other the answers. So they have tutorials, and the math teachers were invited to come see that. So if they were looking for collaborative study group processes to emulate in their classrooms to help their students better deal with math problems and how to get through the process. They got to see it, and that was really powerful for them. They also designed lesson plans. Every Friday they did student-led, student-driven, student choice lessons on a variety of things. Sometimes citizen, like being a good person, good character, or collaboration or critical thinking skills, just kind of fun activities that build community. And then they have 5 teachers that they're planning on sending to this year's digital XP training, which is Summer Institute has changed to digital, and they are with the research and all of the best techniques that they have given us over the years. Now they've turned it into digital learning so that they can model for us learners what we can do with our students and really help enable teachers to better engage students and better prepare for teaching digitally. San Marin had 105 students for elective classes. 4 teachers went to various trainings. And when I say trainings, it's not just the Summer Institute that they go. AVID provides 2 K through 12 trainings that are free. It's during the school day, so this teacher does need a sub, which is why I think we have less teachers go to that, which is unfortunate since it's free, but usually they cover the gamut of things. Sometimes it's digital learning, sometimes it's academic language and literacy, and it's just kind of 2 1.5 hour lessons that are geared to help all students. And any teacher can go. It doesn't have to be an AVID elective teacher. They had a NISA recipient. They went on some college tours and had some college tours canceled, and those were funded by school fuel from a grant. They really focused on wellness and stress reduction and kind of balance. They increased their advanced placement class registration, particularly with the sophomores. College admissions and college choices. Students had lots of college admissions and choices. One student, Priscilla, applied to 19 schools and was accepted in 15 out of 19. They also increased leadership roles on campus this year. They had the homecoming king. They had, I think one of the students brought back kind of the Latino Students Club. They had outdoor education leaders. They had, or no, it was the Latinx club that she reignited. And then they had sports teams. They were captains. So really increasing their leadership roles. And then they really came together as a community to support one of their students who had been in a car accident. Novato High had 111 students participate. 9 staff members attended professional development from AVID. The juniors and seniors volunteer at Rancho, and every other week during their block day of AVID, they would walk down to Rancho where they would do a variety of activities. They would work in classrooms doing one-on-one reading. They had to pre-sign up what they were going to do. Principal Nam had a really nice chart of locations that they could sign up for, and it was really well organized, and the kids love doing that, except they don't like walking there in the rain. We experimented with an ERWC cohort of AVID kids to see if we cohorted them, whether that would improve their English skills, but also help them really get focused on what they were doing and not kind of repeat what was being done in both the AVID elective class and the AVID class. And then that's being extended out to the junior ERWC they're adding this year, and going to cohort it as well, unless this schedule changes things. And my fantasy is that we could cohort some math so that all the kids in AVID have kind of the same math teacher. They don't have to be in the same period, but then they could when they're working on tutorials, everybody's got the same kind of teacher and they're better resources for each other. But that's harder to finagle with the master schedule. Lots of college acceptances and choices. I think this year we have the most attending a UC that we've ever had. We had a NISA winner. You'll see both the NISA winners in a little bit. Whoops, that made it there twice. Sorry about that. Our students went on a trip to UC Davis in the first part of the year, and then the second trip was canceled, but the seniors did go to Sac State. They focused on wellness and community service. And we used AVID academic language and literacy with our ELD 3 and 4 classes to supplement the curriculum that they were doing. And that was really powerful. Okay, so who are our AVID students? This is the 2018-2019 AVID senior data from our district. There were 58 students in AVID. And if we look, 74% of them met A through G requirements, as I pointed out on the second slide, but 84% of those kids were first generation college-bound students. 81% of them were socioeconomically challenged, and 74% of them were designated or redesignated ELL students. So AVID students overcome obstacles and can achieve success. They graduate and attend college at higher rates than their counterparts, but more importantly, they can think critically, collaborate, and set high expectations to confidently conquer the challenges that await them. And it shows that we are definitely closing the gap for our underrepresented students, particularly in the AVID elective, and there is still room to grow. Our persistence data. So persistence data is following a cohort that their college entrance and how long they stayed in college. And so this is the persistence data for 2014-2015. And it showed that our AVID students persisted and graduated at higher rates. 72% of our 2015 AVID graduates met A through G requirements. 84% of them enrolled in a 2 or 4 year campus the first year right after graduation. Some went to the military, some went to work and then took a year off and went back. And that doesn't quite get factored into the college clearinghouse data. But again, notice who the scholars are and the challenges they overcame. So they were, 86% of them were first generation, 74% of them on free and reduced lunch, and 52% of those kids were English language learners. And 95% of the kids that went to college persisted. 80 for the first year, or the second year, sorry. The third year, 80% persisted, and the fourth year, 73% persisted. And I'm trying to see if we can really more accurately get data on our students that go to a 2-year and that maybe take time off, but then come back. Because we definitely, with our AVID kids, have seen that some kids have to take a year off to work and to help support their families, but then they go back. Again, here, 93% of the AVID students in 2015 who enrolled persisted. And then here is the rate, the AVID rate nationally, and then the national comparisons. So they're definitely persisting, which is great news. Okay, so many people know AVID only as a collection of best teaching practices, and while this is true, incredible instruction alone does not transform a campus or a district. Through decades of research with proven results, AVID understands that in order to transform an entire campus, you must impact all 4 domains of school life. And great instruction with the right leadership, setting the vision and mission will come to life in only a few rock star teachers if we don't have all 4 of those systems in play. And so that's kind of when we talk about the AVID college readiness system, that's what they're talking about, those 4 domains. without the systems to make the impact on grade instruction replicable and part of how things are just done on a campus, grade instruction leaves when the teachers who teach it leave as well, or the principal leaves. None of these areas even matter unless a campus has a shared belief around student expectations, college and career readiness for all, a growth mindset, and equity. The 4 domains working as a framework to organize all the work that happens in a school becomes the filing system for all of the initiatives that we already have, and it can help with the common vision and common language. For example, PBL and PBE under AVID's instruction domain, the National Equity Project aligns under the culture domain, and the graduate profile aligns under the systems domain. And then in order to measure our data, we have what's called an AVID coaching and certification instrument, and that measures the impact and growth of those areas across the campus, not just in the AVID elective. Like NUSD, AVID's mission is to impact all students. So teachers do what we measure, and so when we want teachers to do things, we need to measure it. And so that's what this college or the CCI, the coaching and certification instrument, measures. AVID is a model of systemic reform that empowers schools to prepare more college-ready students on their campus. And it's a moral imperative because college and career readiness for all students is a moral imperative. And AVID provides a high-quality, equitable education for all, which we have seen in our AVID electives. As our equity imperative declaration states, some students are situated differently to this goal than others. So our equity challenge is to ensure that all students, regardless of race, have the support that they need and skills. So while we're truly closing the AVID gap with AVID, it aligns with this district equity challenge. We have high expectations, and we begin by changing what educators and students believe is possible. And if we look at the AVID elective and any of the AVID training, it's all infused with culturally relevant teaching practices as well as social emotional learning. So teachers often come from a different background from our students, and so that's where the culturally relevant teaching practices help us access that for students. AVID provides practical training for teachers to help them better and more authentically connect with their students using best teaching practices to support in-person and remote learning that is anchored, culturally relevant, and addresses the social emotional needs. Through AVID, teachers can leverage their students' backgrounds and experiences to master content in a far more personal way. And they work with schools to examine our data through the equity lens. And so NUSD is already utilizing the college readiness system to close the achievement gap for the elective students, and there is certainly more potential for us to have this be one of our solutions for moving forward in this kind of budget crisis. Now, here's kind of what some students have to say about it. So these two are NISA winners, each from Novato High and San Marin. This is, well, I'm gonna let her introduce herself.
Hey, Jen.
Yep, you can't hear it?
I can't hear it on my end.
You can't, okay. I even tested it out. I think the problem is when you can't embed it.
I have no idea.
Let me, I wonder, we had that same problem once before. Let's see. Let me see if you can hear this one.
Okay.
Can you hear this one?
Mm-mm.
Jen, we can push these out on our website later if you need.
Great. Great.
Or just send them off to the board directly. That's totally fine.
Okay, it's in the board presentation. It's in the presentation that you all have. And
All
so
right.
essentially what they're saying is how AVID impacted them. The first one was saying that she was saying AVID stands for Advancement via Individual Determination, and she's explaining how that has impacted her since I think she started her sophomore year. She was in AVID for 3 years, and she's headed to Dominican University for occupational therapy. And I think that's a 5-year program. And then Nadalyn has been in AVID for 6 years. And she is headed to UC Berkeley. And she did what's called a 30-second speech on how AVID has impacted her schooling. Whoops, okay, so let me get back to present mode. How do I do that? No, okay, there. All right, so moving on, at Novato High, the tradition is to do what's called a cardboard confessional, where you on one side say what your life was like before AVID or before you decided to enter AVID, and then now where you're headed. And you don't need to hear this sound because it's just a song, but I'm just going to show you like a minute clip of the full video. And not everybody is in this because it was done during COVID learning. And the teacher kind of went to their house and socially distanced while taping this a week or two ago. So here is the video. See if it comes up. Come on.
And Jen, just a quick time check. We're going over quite a bit.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
No problem.
Okay, so that's where I'm going to stop that.
Okay.
And so essentially, that's their stories. And that is it. That is the highlights of the year. And I just want to say thank you again for the resources that have been put into the AVID program, and would ask that we consider leveraging our resources more to use it to help us get through this tough time, because we've already invested time and energy and funds for it. And then I would encourage you guys to, I think I emailed all of you about the one-day district leader training.
Yep.
And we've got teachers that are going to be taking part in XP, and the hope is that they'll bring it back to their school sites and help support their co-workers in digital learning to help further support our students.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for sending that email. I know I got it, so.
And I'm happy to help register anybody. It can
Okay.
be, I think there's a Google form also in it, so it may be a little easier than getting on the AVID website. But I've set you all up with AVID on the AVID website, and I've also requested that there is not a distinction on the AVID website for board members of an AVID district.
Yep.
It's only liaison. So I asked them to actually look into adding that.
Okay. Thank you.
So
Let me
that's
see if
it.
there's any comments from the board. Questions, anybody? Please go ahead, Trustee Nell.
So I think it's important to actually show appreciation towards you and your staff and anyone and everyone that's involved in making AVID grow and be as successful as it is, as well as congratulations for doing such a good job. It seems to me that after your thorough presentation of a very deserving program, that's the least we can do is thank you and show some appreciation because of the progress and the actual results that you're getting. I know you work hard on this, and I just want to recognize that. It's from my perspective, I think AVID has really taken root and has become part of the school sites themselves, and the focus is really where it needs to be, and that's on the systemic reform and helping to change attitudes, not just with the students who have doubts about their own performances or capabilities, but our staff and our administrators as well, as what these kids are capable of. And though some people like to oversimplify the efforts that you do, that it's binder organization or you teach kids how to study, that type of thing. I know it's a lot more than that. It's about developing the full child, the character of the individual. And you showed us tonight, basically, the success that you've had. So I certainly agree and would do as much as possible to support ongoing efforts to keep AVID going. And I think it's undoubtedly just going to continue to grow and become more and more part of each site that it participates or that it operates on. So please keep up the good work, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nicely said, Trustee Nell. Thank you for those. That was great putting that together. Trustee Cooper and then Trustee Gila.
Jen, I'd just like to echo Trustee Nell's comments that congratulations to you and to thank you very much for doing this hard work. You know, this is a group of kids many times that if you weren't, if AVID wasn't here and you weren't driving this program, many of those kids would fall through the cracks and not be nearly as successful as they are, as you have shown. And I just want to say thank you. The other thing, I did watch that video, the last video, what did you call it? The cardboard?
Cardboard confessionals.
Yeah, that was a great job, and certainly in these trying times. But I was interested, you had so many of our kids, these kids went to Sac State, it looks like. Big numbers.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Yeah, they tend to find themselves at Sac State.
Yeah, well, that's good. Thank you
Yeah.
again.
Trustee Gila? And then
Yeah,
Trustee Mack.
thank you so much for all this hard work, and it's a wonderful program. I know that AVID is real can benefit all students, and I'm wondering about can it benefit special education students? Can you talk about that? If it's a possibility to have you offered some services to them, or is that a possibility even? And
So
have you done some work with?
When Kelly Johnson was there, we were talking about, because the academic language and literacy skills and development is good for all students. No matter what you're taking. If you're taking an AP class, you have to learn the academic language of that class. If you're taking a psychology class, you're going to learn kind of a new academic language. If you're a special ed student, academic language and literacy helps them get more proficient in other classes. So that is helpful. The AVID elective tends to compete with a resource class. So we have had kids that have opted out of resource to be in AVID. So we've had a couple kids that have graduated that just kind of informally did watch and consult. And that's kind of a frustrating proposition, because if they totally opt out of resource, then they don't get the benefit in college, which is unfortunate. And so one of the things with AVID is the kids have to want to be there, and they have to be on a through G pathway. And that's why our numbers are a little bit lower, is that we tend to keep kids that we know will be lost, even if they're not on an A through G pathway. And we're really looking at what is the barrier, and we're starting to try to figure out how to get more of our AVID kids even on A through G. So some kids in special ed, if they are not in just resource, if they're in like a more inclusive special ed class, the strategies are great and make in any of the content areas will make the content more accessible. But the AVID elective can't work for kids in a more inclusive special ed class. So the
Okay.
differences between the AVID elective and then the AVID strategies are good for everybody.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Trustee Knack?
I'll be really quick. Thank you, Jen, for your leadership and growing this program, both horizontally across the different campuses at the secondary level, but taking it down in the middle schools. Just impressive. You first introduced this to me when I was a rookie, and ever since then, I've learned so much. And I don't know where we'd be in our equity gap without everything you're doing. So thank you. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. I don't see anybody else. I mean, the accolades are pouring out. So great work, Jen. We really appreciate it. I looked at my board stuff and I have a board report from 2008. So we've been at this for a long time.
Well, and we
as
had
a
it.
district.
We had it in 2001 and 2, I think. And
Well,
then
it wasn't here, so
right.
you know, it's not important.
Exactly. And then it went away. So we've kept it since 2008. So I
Yeah.
appreciate each of you for helping
Yeah.
make that happen. And
Sure.
it's the kids and the teachers, but I will take the thank you for them as well.
Yeah.
So, all right, good night.
Great work. Thank you for coming every year and doing a report for the board. It's important that we hear what's happening. So
No problem.
Thank you.
And if you guys do go to that one-day training, I'd love to hear how it went.
Okay, will do.
All right.
Bye-bye. All right, we'll move on to the Measure G bond issuance timeline. Now we're behind schedule. We were on schedule, ahead of schedule.
All right, can everybody see that?
Yes.
Beautiful. All right. Thank you, President Butler. In 2016, the community approved Measure G, the $222 million construction bond. The original schedule was to issue the bonds in 4 different series. This was primarily to meet the requirements of Proposition 39, which is the type of election that we held, that allows for repayment of those bonds to not exceed $60 per $100,000 of assessed value for our community. Due to higher than projected assessed value growth over the first 4 years in that, and our projected growth for 2020-21, we have an opportunity to potentially accelerate the process of that issuance. Based on the updated information we have, we may be able to issue most, if not all, of the remainder of the Measure G bonds in 2021. And we would do that for a few different reasons. Number one, to take advantage of the lower construction costs right now. We are seeing a slowing of escalation and even some reductions in some of the construction costs. Number two would be to take advantage of the historically low interest rate environment that is occurring right now. If we can lock in the remainder of those at a lower rate, that would be a huge savings to the community. So we always need to look at that. Number three, it would reduce the amount of time that our community would have to repay the Measure G debt. And the last would be avoiding any real estate risk around COVID-19 and the economic downturn. 10 years ago, when the Great Recession happened, it was somewhat a byproduct of a crash in the real estate market. That crash in the real estate market obviously affects assessed value and then impacts districts' ability to go out and issue those bonds under Proposition 39. So our goal now is to continue to monitor our assessed value growth for the August timeframe. At that point, I will make a recommendation, formal recommendation to the board to accelerate that timing. And with that, we will be able to accelerate some of the projects as well, to the extent that our bond department has the ability to get those done. So really, do they have enough capacity to get the projects done? We won't be waiting for the money to come in, and we'd only be waiting for the capacity to run those projects. So with that, I'm happy to open it up to any questions from the board.
All right, Trustee Miller.
Oh, I had a chance to talk to the county assessor, Shelley, and a couple of questions. So are we still committed to putting these bonds out for competitive bid?
We are.
Okay.
We've been using current interest bonds, and I would always recommend with current interest bonds that we do a competitive sale.
The second thing is there was some concern is if real estate values go flat for this next year, and her estimate was we've been seeing 4.5% growth, but given the circumstances in the commercial market, that probably won't hold, maybe in the residential. But so figure half of that. Are we still in a position if appreciation is closer to 2% than 4%, or is this still a recommendation you'd make?
Yes. So the assessed value roll is as of December of any given year. If our assessed value comes in at the estimates that the county has been giving us for the 2020-2021 year, which continue to be, as you noted, over 4%, if those come in, even a lower than expected number in the spring would still allow us to issue almost all, if not all, of the bonds in 2021.
Okay, and so what happens? Pardon me, I interrupted you, sir.
No, I was done.
So if the assessed valuation in Novato parcels go down over time because people will make petition to have their parcel drop in value, and we go over, so the net effect is we go up to full $60 per 100,000, and then the property value drops. What's the consequence of going over? Is there some do we have to back something out, or do we?
No.
Point in time judgment, and we get to keep it, or?
Once the bonds have been issued, the county is required by statute to repay that. So if it went to $60.25, then that is allowable under the rules. The key is that your projections at the time of issuance show that you are staying under the $60 estimate.
Okay. So then the next question is, and this is the tough one for me, is we take these bond measures and we get the great value, and it's good for the district and well, not just the district, the interest rate that homeowners, the community has to pay, because the community's paying the interest on these through their tax rates. We're not. This is the community's investment in the schools. And so now we got the money sitting in the bank, and the community's paying interest and paying for all this on their taxes. And we'll have, based on what I understand, you're proposing $100 million sitting in the bank. That's what the issuance would be, right? Is $100 million. You're going to do it all in one chunk.
Correct.
So now we got $100 million cash sitting in the bank. We have an obligation to spend that within 3 years. I think that's the right number. There's certain, you can't triage, you got to have a good intention of spending within a certain window. Do you know what that window is?
Yeah, you do need to spend a majority of those funds within the first 3 years.
Okay.
But
so at 3 years,
not,
it's like 80% or some majority.
Yeah, there's a couple different regulations that go over that. But as of right now, the plan was for approximately a 10-year bond period, and this may reduce that to a 9 or an 8-year program to take advantage of being able to issue those bonds earlier.
Okay, are these funds needed to complete projects that are currently in progress, or do we have enough? Have we already issued enough bonds to fund the projects that are currently in progress?
We have enough bond funds to fund all the projects that are currently in past schematic design. But as we move forward, we were always going to have to issue new bonds in 2021 or 2022. Yeah. It's the level of which those we would choose to do those projects and issue those bonds. Okay,
and then so the final question is, I am we are in some difficult operational financial problem. We're sitting here talking about $100 million cash sitting in the bank that doesn't reflect at all the operational environment that the Nevada school district is in, because we have, you know, there are different pockets of money. You understand the model. I'm concerned we're sending the wrong signal to the community by putting $100 million in the bank and then saying the county office is coming in to review us to make sure we're fiscally right side up. I know we have the bonding authority and authorization, but I'm just concerned about the signals we're sending. It's not clear to the community where we stand. So I guess I'd like to have that conversation with the board members and before we pull the trigger on these. And you're saying August, you'd probably come back for this?
Yeah, I would come back in August to discuss it further, but we wouldn't issue until 2021. And I think the key point that we would need to make to the community is by doing this, taking advantage of the lower interest rates and paying off the debt earlier, we would actually save a significant amount of money to our taxpayers.
Yeah, that fiscal conservative message clearly needs to be part of what we do. Okay, thank you for your interest. Thank you, Madam President.
Trustee Mack?
Yeah, hi, Yancy. Thank you for doing this. The question I've got is, Ross had mentioned commercial properties. It got me thinking, how might the schools and communities first proposition, if it passes, a split roll, if it passes, impact any of this, if at all?
So if the commercial roll would be increased, then the overall assessed value would be increased across Nevada and the state of California. And that would reduce the rate on the residential portion of the roll. So a higher commercial roll takes some of the stress off of the residential roll on repayments of all bonds.
Fantastic. Good to hear.
Sorry about that. Any other board? Yeah, Trustee Nell and then Trustee Gasson.
So appreciate our Chief Financial Officer bringing this forward, this recommendation. I think Trustee Millrick asked all the right questions and considerations have taken place, but I essentially think it's a good idea. I know I'm oversimplifying, but it's a bird in the hand kind of concept, and there is a lot of uncertainty probably farther down the road than the end of this year. So I think it's a good idea, and I think it gives us a lot of flexibility that we can take advantage of certain things. So I think the positives outweigh the negatives, and of course you're going to bring it back. We know right now we're in a situation where much can change quickly. So it's not like we're making that decision tonight, but I think all the concerns are real, and when you weigh it against the positives and the negatives, I think we should probably move on this recommendation if it's still possible when the time comes. I believe you said August.
Yeah, we will know
Make
the
the decision
updated.
in August.
Yeah, we'll know updated information in August, and I can bring it back in the fall.
Unrelated to this particular proposal, I was just wondering if maybe sometime in the near future you could bring us the end of the overlap on the first bond issue that we did
Absolutely.
whatever it was, and that might help to see where that tapers down and becomes zero as relief to taxpayers as we re-up on this one. So. Okay, I think it's a good idea. So I look forward to your recommendation coming forward.
Okay, thanks, Trustee Nell. Trustee Gasson?
Thank you for the information. And I'm actually in the same pool of, I like the shorter time frame and moving forward, but I think you sort of answered a question I had about timing, but it went both ways. So you would bring this to us in August just because that's when we would meet next and the first opportunity, but it wouldn't go into effect until 2021. Is that correct?
Correct. I could bring something. We'll have the the updated assessment in August, so I could bring something in the fall. And that would be not fully approved until the board approved the resolution to sell the bonds, which would be well into the spring, summer of 2021.
Okay, so would there be then some lag time in our ability to be in a better position? Because that's from when we approve to when you're selling, or does it get locked in?
It would give us some uncertainty, but as Trustee Millerick noted, there are some regulations on when you spend those bond funds in your plan to spend those.
Yeah.
So waiting until we truly need the funds would be my recommendation.
Okay. And then kind of permeated through some of the questions was about communication, or just the impression in our community. And I would concur. I think it's really hard for people that aren't really paying attention to see us, making, doing these big, buildings and doing all these things, and then saying, we have to cut staff, or we can't pay teachers more. And so I think it's just something that we just need to continually put out there and educate people before it gets to there. And I know that that's challenging, but to keep that in mind when we do send out communications and things, that the buckets of money are separate, and that we can't do one, we can't pay teachers with the money from Measure G. But that leads me to my final question is, if for some reason, and we don't want to go there with, being taken over, but if something like that did happen, does everything just freeze, or can they repurpose that money, or does it still have to be used for construction?
So all funds would need to be used in accordance with what the voters approved. But in that case that you bring up, the state administrator would be responsible for all of the decision-making within the bounds of what the community approved in the measure.
Okay, could they opt to not do any? Well, okay.
They have wide latitude to do a lot of things.
Okay, all right, thank you.
My one little question is just in regards to like some cost savings, refinancing or any current bonds. I know we've done it in the past.
So we're in a good and bad situation here. We're in a very good situation because all of our bonds right now are at very, very low interest rates. We've taken advantage of every time the interest rates have dropped down to refinance, and both our 2017 and 2019 issuances were at unbelievably low rates. So the bad thing is we aren't likely to be able to save enough money to pencil out the costs of refinancing that. Yeah. But obviously the very good news of we're at historically low interest rates on all of the outstanding debt in our district.
Great, that's good to hear. Trustee Millerick?
So I want to try to get an estimate of this, because if we issue $100 million worth of bonds across the tax base of Novato, and say my house is worth $500,000, how much tax lands on my house? What's the annual payment I have to make as a homeowner for the school district to put the $100 million in the bank, and now I have to start paying it off? Because that's what I'm going to be looking at the next time we go out for a parcel tax and say we need money for his teachers, and they're not going to know the difference. No matter how much you talk about it, they're going to see the additional dollars sitting on their tax bill, and they're going, holy smoke. And so I'm asking you what the number is. Here's this dollar number, and why do they need more? They're taking this out of my out of my pocket already. So you know what that number is going to be?
Yeah. So irregardless of that $100 million issuance, the amount can't go over $60 per 100,000. So all of Measure G's issuances for a $500,000 house cannot be over $300 a year.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. That's the number. Okay. And then parcel tax on top of that, because that's different. Okay, so that's the conversation we're going to have in the community. And so the first bond measure, the measure A, that was 108 million. The community's still paying that down. So that one can't go over 60 per 100,000. Plus measure G can't go over 60 per 100,000. So the two can't go over 120. So when does that first one pay off? I think somebody else asked that question.
So it's in the mid to late 2020s, this decade. It's significantly under the $60 as our assessed value has grown significantly in Novato, and as the assessed value grows above projections, that continues to lower and lower and lower. But I can send out the exact per 100,000 to the board and give the exact date of the payment.
And so 60 per 100,000, my house is 500,000. So that's 300 plus maybe the other one's 100. So that's 400 plus the parcel tax, which would be whatever, 200. So I'm paying 500. Now the complexity is the College of Marin shows up all on the same line item, because in order to get the tax bill to go on one piece of paper, the assessor puts it all together. So we could ask the assessor to break it out and print a 2-page tax statement. I mean, we might want to do that so people don't think that the College of Marin bills that they're paying are our bills. So, I mean, it seems like we need to do some thinking about this, on how to think about how this is all going to show up to the taxpayer when we ask them to support the schools again the next time we talk to the community about these issues. Thank you very much for your answers.
Great points, Trustee Miller. I think the tax bill says NUSD, or I don't think it just says school bonds. I thought they had changed it.
Well, maybe they did recently, but
I
it
don't
used to
know.
be consolidated.
And I can say that I'm in the unincorporated, so it's different too. But I do agree. I think as much as we can, I mean, people still lump them all together when there are, talking about it. So it gets automatically, but it would be nice to see if there was a way. I do know that they really have a hard time with all the things that are on there to keep it concise and small. But I think it's worth a shot if we can do something different.
Okay, if there's no more comments, we'll continue. This will come back in August. Yancey will bring that information back to us.
It'll probably be later in the fall.
Later, yeah, later in the fall. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for this. Appreciate it. All right. Moving on to budget reserves. Yancey's still there.
You again. Thank you, President Butler. In 2015, they changed a statutory requirement that required all districts to disclose why they keep the reserve levels that they keep. Just to be clear, there is no better time than right now to show how critical our reserve levels are. We're facing a potential 10% reduction to our revenues from the governor. And, if we had 3% in our reserve, which is the state minimum, that wouldn't even cover 2 weeks of payroll. And so obviously, we do need a reserve level above the 3%. And even if we weren't in these COVID-19, we have other operational needs that require higher reserve levels, cash flow, declining enrollment, PERS and STIRS pension costs, revenue uncertainty, which we're seeing now, and various other items. So this item is up for a public hearing, and we've disclosed in the attached documents why we in Novato believe that a 3% reserve, which covers less than 2 weeks of payroll, is obviously insufficient. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Board members, Trustee Cooper.
Hey, Yancey, thank you very much. Could you just go through what were the strategy and what we're doing with, or what you're proposing doing with Fund 17? Looks like you're dropping it down to $1.
Yeah, so I'll be getting into this a little bit more in the budget presentation, but I'll
If you
just,
want to talk about it, then that's fine.
well, I think it's important that we consider it part of our unrestricted reserve, which was 12% to start this fiscal year. And every dollar of it is projected to be required if the governor's budget is enacted and if we don't make significant budget reductions. So.
Okay, so more information on that in the budget discussion, but that's
Yeah.
the Cliff Note version. Trustee Miller, you're muted.
I'm switching
There
off.
you go.
So if you were any kind of reasonable business, you were running operationally, you go broke when you can't make payroll. You can have all kinds of financial instruments and structures and reserves, but the day you cannot make payroll is the day you got to file for bankruptcy. And having a reserve of a month's worth of money to make payroll, so you got two in our district. I think we pay once a month or maybe every 2 weeks or every half month. That to me is the absolute bare minimum of any business in terms of liquid cash on hand. So that's if that's 12 months, so that's 8%. And if you make a pay, say 10 months, make it, because over the summer it's different. That's 10% right there. So in my mind, the very least you need to cover yourself in terms of cash flow is 10% of your annual operating budget. 3% is like just you can't, you have no recovery. By the time you've discovered you're in trouble, that's Monday through Friday. Now it's Friday, you're in trouble and you can't have any recovery. So anything less than a month's worth of reserves to me is unreasonable. So that's, and then I think it should be above that. So there's the thinking I've had, and that's the reason I've argued for bigger reserves. I think the 3% the state has is some funny legislative number. It's got nothing to do with running a successful business. So there's my 2 cents.
Trustee Gasson?
I agree. And I'm not sure where, I know we have the budget piece coming up, but I don't like just being down to the, I understand our situation and I understand that it's why we're here. But I find the 3% that's required to be ridiculous and insufficient because, we have nowhere to go and it concerns me greatly. So during our conversation about the budget, and I'm stuck because I now, from conversations with you, Yancy, I understand more on why I would like to actually do more cuts so that we don't go through all of that and have no place to go. But I understand our limitations. But it makes me super uncomfortable to be at that level. And I really would like to try to figure out a way that we can reverse it. So that's all, my 2 cents.
One more point.
Yep, Trustee Miller.
I hate these ancient history stories, but here's the ancient. When I got on the board, we had 3% reserves, 3 to 4% reserves. And when we had a structural problem in the San Ramon school, we were forced to sell the San Carlos site for $3 million. If we could have gotten a set of plans and entitlement across that property, we would have gotten double the value of that property. But we were forced, just out of pure desperation to keep a school open and serve the children of this district, to do things that were totally uneconomical. That's what happens when you get so close to the bottom. You're making you're borrowing money from Shylocks. You're making financial deals that you should never do. And that's where we were. And we had buildings that were falling down. We are significantly better now. We have buildings that will pass inspection. They're going to be better for education. The kids are getting better. And we have a reserve of 12%. But we need to work very hard to never get up against that issue, because then you make financial choices that aren't in the best interest of the community or the students that we serve. So I'm with Diane. I think we just got to work as hard as we can to get out of this. I've seen the other side of this coin, and it's ugly, and it's financially, you make irresponsible decisions.
Can I just ask a quick question of either Trustee Millerick or Yancey? Do you guys recall what was the lowest reserve we hit in the 09 recession, 09 and 10?
So looking back, in 2011, we had a 22% reserve in 2011.
Wow.
I'd have to go back and look where we were in 09 and 10. But there were, the board had some more time to make those decisions. And I remember I was at the county office at the time, and the board at that time made some very difficult decisions and ensured that fund balance didn't go down to a 3%.
Question.
Trustee Aguila and then Trustee Gasson.
So 11% was the lowest we've had?
When I started, we were at 3%. We bounced at 3%, and that was 90 something, 92, 93. We were bouncing along at 3%, 3.5%. The county office would come and visit us annually to tell us how desperate things were, and we worked up from there. So that's the worst I've ever seen. And like I said, then we were making horrible decisions that were fiscally not sound in order to keep schools open.
Thank you.
That's my memory for you.
Yeah, thank you, Ross.
Trustee Gasson, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to add, Yancey reminded me of something at one of the, I don't know if it was the School Services of California. There was some seminar I watched that, comparing us to prior recession or 2009, it was like that was a gradual thing. You had an opportunity to actually react or decide, because I was sitting here listening to Trustee Millerick and thinking, well, gosh, how long does it take to sell a piece of property, even if you're trying to do it? I mean, we've got like no time. And the difference was clearly stated during that presentation by the financial experts that we've fallen off a cliff, that COVID just took us into, everything just went all at once. And that's, why we're trying to make adjustments and having to make these decisions like that, because it wasn't like we had an opportunity to build up to it. And I have to try to keep that in perspective, because it was like we were already having a hard time, but then we just got hit with COVID and the financial challenges in California. And so it's just all right now. And then we've got this delay, which is driving me nuts with the governor and the budget, finding out yesterday, and we're not going to know until later, and, all of these moving pieces. So I appreciate all that you are doing, Nancy, and your staff. I know it's hard because there's nothing set, and it's driving me wonky just trying to keep track and following email messages of, okay, what is it next that they've changed, or are we getting more money here? Or are we not going to get money? So, I think it's just all, it's a compounding effect that we're having to deal with like right now. So thank you.
Yeah, we are in a world of hurt right now, and we don't necessarily have control of everything. And it's not fun, not what we want to. This is the part of our job that, it takes all of us to come together to work on this. So I'm going to move along. If there's no other comments, we'll move into the public hearing and moving on to the budget itself. So, all right, I'm going to thank you, Yancey. Moving on to our public hearing. So what I would do is I'm going to open the public hearing at 9:37. And I'm gonna, we do have public comment, and this is where I'm gonna insert the public comment. That's what the public hearing is for, to allow the comments on this particular item that the public hearing is for. So I will turn it over to Chris and Ellen.
Thank you. This first one is from Kate Riza. The subject is racial injustice funding of STEM at San Marin. There are significant disparities in the STEM program at San Marin High School in the ethnic racial compositions of students in the program, and the admissions process is opaque and does not conform to the district's equity imperative. At San Marin High School, 29.9% of students are Hispanic or Latinx. However, only 10% of STEM students are Latinx. White students comprise 48% of the overall high school population, yet comprise 73% of the STEM program in 2019-2020. Further, 15% of students accepted in STEM in 2019-20 are from private school, while only 2% of the non-STEM students come from private schools. These statistics point to severe disparity in which already advantaged youth are selected over their less fortunate peers. When combined with an equity overview score of 3 out of 10 for San Marin High School for greatschools.org that shows a wide disparity in test scores for Hispanic students, 4 out of 10, compared with students who are white, 8 out of 10, and Asian, 10 out of 10, or 2 or more races, 10 out of 10, anyone can see we are dealing with systemic racial injustice. The program as currently configured can be seen as the apex of an unjust elementary and middle school system that discounts and discourages through microaggressions and other biased behavior by teachers and staff, Latinx, other students of color, and underprivileged youth, the very things the district is, by its own equity imperative, trying to remedy. During this round of funding cuts, we should pause funding to this program, which mainly favors privileged white students over others. Keep in mind, the program has corporate sponsors. When we are discussing cutting PE and art classes for all students and thinking about getting rid of district staff that focus on equity, we should not be funding a program that so obviously benefits just a few privileged students. This is a period of austerity, and the STEM program is a luxury provided to a select few. In order to conform to the district's equity imperative, the program's administration process needs a complete overhaul, including sensitivity bias training for staff who make admissions decisions and inclusion of non-white staff in the selection process. I have begun circulating this idea on social media, and it has garnered interest. The time for redressing injustice is here. Note, please do not discount these data because there is no analysis of the racial ethnic composition of applicants to the program. Latinx students are likely not applying due to lack of encouragement and attention in grade and middle school. The STEM population should more closely resemble the overall student body. If Latinx students are not applying, that points to a serious problem, not a valid excuse. The time for redressing injustice is here. Let's take it and rebuild the STEM program with equity built into its foundation, not just as window dressing.
My comment here is from Julie DeRuvo, and this is in regard to please keep budget cuts away from classrooms. Hello, my name is Julie DeRuvo, and I am a parent of twin girls who will be seniors at San Marin and a rising 8th grader at Sinaloa. As a nation, we are in unprecedented times. As a state, we are in an economic crisis, and our education system is taking a hit. As a former educator, I strongly value the importance of a child's education and the role a teacher can have in their life. I beg you to keep the cuts away from the classrooms and the education system our community has grown to appreciate and greatly needs. Please do not cut our PE classes and teachers. The need for physical movement plays greatly into our students' mental health and well-being. As stated by many parents in the NUSD Return to School survey, mental health was one of the largest concerns for our students. The same can be said about our music and arts programs. These are significant programs for our students that bring about creativity and a positive well-being. The wonderful community of Novato and its schools have proudly created a legacy in this town built on a strong educational foundation which teaches the whole child, which includes physical education, music, arts, and athletics. Please keep this foundation as part of the tapestry of Novato's strong education history. We all understand that budget cuts are necessary, but how about start with the following? NUSD is inundated with various educational online programs and assessments such as MAPS testing, reading, math, and science programs. These cost the district hundreds of thousands of dollars each year. Go back to the basics for the short term and have teachers instruct from the books like how we grew up. I acknowledge that it's less convenient and can be viewed as more work for a teacher, but what good is having these programs if you don't have quality teachers teaching them? Consider budget cuts at the district office. I won't undervalue the work that occurs at the district office, but there seems to be a lot of people there and the salaries are high. Sometimes sacrifices must be made either in everyone taking a small pay cut or eliminating some positions. I would imagine teachers would rather take a small salary decrease across the board than have many teaching jobs eliminated. Work together with your teachers union to find a solution to save our teachers' jobs and keep them educating our students. With declining enrollment in our town, it may be necessary to close an underperforming school or one with low enrollment. While I know this is not what anyone wants, it may be a necessity. If I remember correctly, when we closed Hill School and merged them with Sinaloa and San Jose, we began to see a budget surplus in our district. As a last resort, sell the NUSD land in town that's sitting vacant and unused. This would create a budget surplus for years to come for our district. I hope you will continue to put the needs of our students and teachers first during this uncertain time and keep the cuts as far away from the classrooms and PE/arts programs as much as possible. Sincerely, Julie DeRuba.
This next one is from Devin Thompson. The subject is cutting music. I'm Devin Thompson, and I'm an incoming senior at San Marin. I'd like to remind the representatives advocating for the termination of music education that it's not just a few songs, a few hours a day that you're taking away. I learned self-confidence through public performance. I learned self-expression through creative direction. And I walk up to school every day so excited to see my friends and directors, my family that have helped me through the hardest parts of my teenage years, whether they knew it or not. Music is the most important thing in my life, and it is so very bold and so very telling of you to take that away from me and my peers so easily. You don't have the best interest of your students in mind by cutting a program that directly benefits their mental health and their ability to express themselves.
This is from Amy Soria. This is in regards to cutting PE. This is very disheartening to hear about cutting the PE program. I know for my own daughter, she needs movement to learn. My daughter would have a much more difficult time learning if she was not able to move and learn. PE is a very important part of the education program. Your child learns so much with movement. They use their brains in a different capacity than just sitting at a desk, not to include learning about sports and other physical activities. Children nowadays, once they go home, they don't move around very much. They sit in front of a TV or a computer playing games. They need movement in their life.
This is from Joe Garrity. Subject is program funding. High school drama programs need special protection from budget cuts relative to other extracurricular activities. This group is small in comparison to other programs, for example, sports programs that can collectively raise money using long-established and highly visible booster networks. An example of this was San Marin's funding of field lights that benefited several teams, including football, lacrosse, soccer, and track. Okay, maybe that isn't the best example given the judge's prohibition on the use of the lights, but you get my meaning. Drama programs do not have that same fundraising leverage and depend more heavily on school district funding. Drama is an important part of students' education and provides some with their only opportunity to participate in and feel part of their high school community. Protecting high school drama programs with relatively limited fundraising capabilities is in reality protecting the only connection that some students have to their high schools. Please do not underestimate that reality. I ask that you consider that as tough budgeting decisions are made. Thank you.
This is from Lisa Longnecker. It's in regards to budget cuts. This is with concern to proposed budget cuts to the 2021 school year. I'm extremely concerned that the proposed draconian changes will damage NUSD and MSA, in particular beyond recognition. This is especially true for mass layoffs and elimination of programs, including the music and PE programs cited in the current report. Music and PE, as well as all arts, sports, and electives, are a vital part of our children's well-rounded education. They allow students to develop creatively, educationally, and socially and tap into aspects of learning, growth, and wellness that other classes are unable to deliver. They're also a source of pride in the Novato community and a reason why so many come to our district in the first place. They simply would not be drawn to Novato schools if these programs were compromised, let alone eliminated. In fact, we moved to Novato so our son could go to MSA. Remote learning must be kept to an absolute minimum, and our richest programs, including PE and music, must continue regardless. Making drastic changes now risks a permanent negative impact to our treasured educational experience and permanent negative impact on our kids. This is unacceptable. Cutting arts and sports programs is currently an overreach of what is needed. More precise and thoughtful solutions can prevail. Remote learning has disrupted the educational experience enough. Why damage the student experience even more when we don't have to do so? Who says asymptomatic spread of COVID is extremely, WHO, the World Health Organization, says asymptomatic spread of COVID is extremely rare and mask wearing is mostly a knee-jerk reaction. Death rate is 0.26%, pretty much just like the flu. Spending anything on keeping kids apart and covered is insane if it comes at the cost of programs. Don't do it. Let's find ways to make our current situation work for us, not against us.
This next one is from Michael Soria Tyndall. Subject is PE. I think we would be doing the kids in school a huge disservice by cutting the physical education program. They need programs like this to learn about health, whether physical or mental, as well as nutrition and learning the proper way of expression, motivation, and teamwork. Not all kids learn in the same way. Taking away one method of learning is only hurting the children rather than helping them learn at their full potential.
This is from Marcia McKenna regarding PE for students. The state has allowed physical activity during shelter in place, deemed it essential and low risk, especially if it is outside. Why would NUSD get rid of PE from the curriculum? Exercise is essential for physical and mental health. PE, music, and art should be the last programs cut, not the first.
This is from my young Kim. Subject is library and music class. Hello, my son, 9 years old, loves to go to the school library to check out new books with his friends. It's a very special activity that he loves at school. Also, his music class brings him lots of interest in music and music notes. PE class is very important to keep healthy and active for my son and kids while spending time more in front of TV or PS4s. Thank you.
And this is from Lisa Swanson in regards to the budget. Board of Trustees, I urge you to vote no on this budget. I have watched you pass a budget that relies on us using reserves for the past several years. And if you pass this budget, whether you intend for it to be final or not, if the state comes back with no changes, it seems like an approval tonight would mean that this budget stands. There would be nothing to stop anyone from coming back to us and saying that we already approved the budget and decided to, in quotes, work on it throughout the year, which is not dealing with our issues at all. I know there is no easy answer, and I have sat on committees with some of you and respect your opinions, but don't pass something because you feel forced to pass. This must stop. I believe that you know that spending down the reserves is not in the best interest of our children. I'm calling on you to do the difficult thing and vote no on this budget as it stands. Thank you, Lisa.
I believe this is the last one. This is from Myra Rosales, physical education and art. Many other important things for our kids' education we have taken away from them. Physical education and arts help kids release stress, be active and healthy. Please let's not take this valuable class from them.
Okay, thank you. That was the last one, correct? All right, so I will close the public hearing at 9:51. And I will turn it over now to our discussion action items. 15A, proposed general fund budget and related budget resolutions. And Yancy Hopkins will be presenting.
All right, thank you, President Butler. The first thing that I need to do is thank Nancy Walker, our Director of
Hold on, Yancy, for just for 1 second. Chris, did you have something?
Yancy, I'm not sure you're in the right display that you want to be in. We can see the notes.
Oh yeah,
in the
you're right.
next slide
Thank
and
you.
all that, and the timer. So you're in presentation mode, I think.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Is that working?
No, we can't see the slideshow now.
Okay.
A little. Yeah. Bottom right. Bottom right.
The presentation,
There you
yeah,
go.
there you go.
My apologies.
Team effort, team effort.
Not coming up here. I apologize.
Down below there. Down there.
I know, I'm on there. It's not popping up.
You want to open it up and then share it maybe.
Yep.
You know, you get good at this. Tim's looking for some desk side support staff.
Thanks, Ross. I appreciate it.
Yeah, hey, opportunities abound.
There you go.
If you're sitting at home wondering, how come- oh, there we go. You good?
Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate all the tech support and moving in there. All right, so the first thing that I need to do is thank Nancy Walker, our Director of Fiscal Services. I don't know if it's necessarily a labor of love, but it's definitely a labor to get this done. We're talking about almost $100 million budget, and this takes a huge amount of her time and her department's time from January all the way through till now. So I always have to thank her first because without her and her team, this wouldn't get done. I noted last week that uncertainty is the name of this budget in so many ways with COVID and the impacts on revenue. But it continues to be uncertain in other ways, including the fact that we are past the deadline to pass the budget at the state level. And they have now, the legislature has passed a placeholder budget to meet their statutory requirements, but they do not have an agreement with the governor. And so we'll be waiting the next up to 12 days in order to find the final state budget. Today, I wanted to note a couple of the things that we're doing. The first is we are meeting our statutory requirement to pass a budget prior to June 30th. So all districts in the state of California, whether the state passes their budget on time or not, are required to pass their budget on time. But there's a couple of things that, again, are uncertain or will change. The first is that this budget is based on the governor's proposed budget. The governor ultimately has a whole lot of power in the state of California around the budget, including a veto and a line item veto. So we use the governor's May budget proposal as the basis of our budget. Also, no reductions are currently included in this budget. Significant reductions will be required due to this COVID crisis. We will be having another meeting on June 30th to discuss the specifics of that, as we hope to have additional information regarding the state budget and what level of cuts will be needed. So what's in the governor's budget, and why do we use it as the basis? Number one, I noted the governor in the state of California has a significant amount of power over the budget process. The other thing is that it is required under AB 1200. The County Office of Education in Marin is our budget oversight, and they determine what the basis of our budget needs to be. And they, along with the rest of the counties in California, have determined that to be the governor's budget. What's in the governor's budget? There's a lot of things, but the key item in that is a 10% reduction in our per student funding. So to NUSD, that's a reduction of over $7 million.
Yancy, can you advance the slide?
Are you not seeing it?
I'm seeing your title page.
Thanks, Trustee Cooper.
Thought it was just me.
I thought he was still doing his intro.
Yeah.
I wish.
So
I apologize.
Do you want to send it to me, Yancy, and I can see if I can
Yeah, I'm gonna
run
do
it
that
and you
right
can
now.
continue with your comments?
I'm gonna do that right now, Amy. That would be great.
Yeah, well, and we can open it too from the agenda.
Yeah, the trustees can open it in the.
Yeah, but
agenda.
everybody else needs to see it, so.
Yeah, no, I
Thanks,
understand
Amy.
that.
Good point.
All right, I'll be sending it.
All the documents we're gonna share, this is the one the community needs to see. Thanks,
We're
Amy.
just providing some other options, but yes, we need to get it up on the screen.
That's good.
I've got it. I can work to troubleshoot if you want to continue. I'll get it online as quickly as I can.
Board members, do you want to wait until it's up
Yeah,
on?
I'm just happy to wait until Amy's got a handle on this.
Okay.
The community can follow along. These are just really important
Yeah.
discussions.
Here we
Bingo.
go.
Beautiful. Hey,
Great.
Amy, I really appreciate that. All right, as we move on. So 10%, that's the reduction that the governor is proposing, over $7 million to NUSD. There's a couple other proposals in the governor's budget, but ultimately they pretty much wash out that the impact is the 10% to the budget. We can go on to the next slide. So where does NUSD spend its money? School districts are in the people business. We spend approximately 85% of our budget on salaries and benefits. The other 15 is primarily in utilities, insurance, special education placements outside of the district, and other areas, including some professional development and mental health counseling. So what does 10% look like to NUSD? I had this slide here last week, but I do think it's important to kind of just go over what does that mean to NUSD. That's 750 students that wouldn't potentially be served, or 80 full-time employees, 40 teachers, 2 principals or assistant principals, 3 custodians, 1.3 campuses, and an increase to class size of approximately 2 to 3 students. So this obviously isn't what is a recommendation for reductions right now, but it shows the true impact of what 10% means to NUSD. So not only does the district looking at a 10% reduction, we're also looking at significant additional expenditures moving into next year. As you saw, Dr. Carter's presentation, there's going to be a lot of things that we're going to be doing next year, including health checks, including additional cleaning that's going to be required, potentially childcare, professional development. These are significant additional costs. And while the governor does have in his budget some federal money set aside, much of that federal money would not go to districts like NUSD in the governor's proposal. So it's very unlikely that the federal funds received from in the budget will cover all of those costs. So what does that mean to the district's deficit? So with the governor's budget being implemented and no reductions being made, the district's budget deficit would balloon to almost $8 million in 2020, 2021. That amount would increase to over $10 million in 2022, 2023. And what would that do to our fund balance? We talked a lot about our reserve before. Our unrestricted reserve, including Fund 17, is projected to be $10.7 million at the end of 2020 on June 30th. That's about 11% of our budget. This budget, as enacted with the governor's budget being approved and no action taken by the district, would be down to the 3% minimum reserve that the state requires by June 30th of 2021. And by the end of summer of 2021, the district would be out of money and unable to make payroll. And as Trustee Millerick noted, that what happens when a business can't make payroll. In the state of California, if a school district cannot make payroll, it is taken over by the state. And I'll get into that in a little bit. We talked about our unrestricted fund balance. At the end of last year, I noted that we had a 12% reserve, including Fund 17, unrestricted. That has been slowly declining since 2010-11, where we had a reserve of approximately 22%. The board has had a reserve goal of 15% over the last 10 years. So I like to look at your reserve in terms of how many months of payroll. Trustee Millerick noted that. The biggest issue with a business is being able to make payroll at the end of the month. So when we looked through our history, in 2011, we had approximately 3 months of payroll in our reserve. The average unified school district in the state of California at the end of last year had approximately 2 months of salary and available in reserve. We're projected now to have about 1.5 months of payroll in reserve. And if the governor's budget is approved and the district takes no action, we will have less than 2 weeks of payroll in our reserve if we go down to the 3%. So what happens in a state takeover? What happens to a district that runs out of money? So when a district runs out of money and can't fund payroll, the state comes in and takes over. The board, the community, employees all lose their voice in what's going on in the district. And all decisions are made by a state administrator. It always leads to devastating cuts to programs because not only do they have to meet their new economic reality, they also are now paying an interest-bearing loan to the state to repay the money that it needs, as well as paying for the state administrator and any other state folks who come in to the district. It takes decades to come back from this. Just a few examples in the Bay Area of districts who have had a state takeover are Oakland Unified, Vallejo Unified, and Richmond Unified, which is now West Contra Costa Unified School District. So the May governor's budget came out in mid-May, and immediately the board took action on May 19th for the initial budget actions. They included primarily a hiring freeze and additional controls on expenditures. So basically our goal since the COVID-19 crisis and the shelter in place was to do everything we can to bolster our fund balance moving into next year. That included these actions, as well as a ton of actions by staff, including immediately turning off the air conditioning and heating in the buildings once the school wasn't there, looking to freeze all budgets during the year, and looking at any possible way to bolster that fund balance going into next year. So how can NUSD reduce our costs, and specifically our salary and benefit costs, which are 85% of our budgets? The only thing that the board has the unilateral authority to do is lay off positions or not fill vacant positions. All other actions need to be made in coordination and in negotiations with our labor partners. But some of those things could include furlough days. They could include increases to class size. They could look like step and column freezes, but they all would need to be negotiated. In terms of what the board has the unilateral authority to do, it is only layoffs and the not filling of unfilled positions. What can we do now? So without negotiations, the classified layoff period is a 60-day notice. So classified employees can be laid off with a 60-day notice. And when I talk about classified and certificated, I mean both our CSEA or NFT plus our administrators. They both fall into a certificated or classified net. So classified administrators include the same layoff notice as our CSEA classified employees. In terms of the certificated layoff period, including administration, that would need to be triggered. There is a summer layoff window that is allowable under Ed Code, but that needs to be triggered, and it would be triggered under the governor's budget. That layoff period would begin on June 30th and would be finalized by August 15th. We also can look at our contracted services, look at our overtime and professional development, but those things are going to be much smaller in comparison to labor costs, given the huge majority of our costs being in salaries and benefits. One additional thing that the district can look at is how to use those federal funds that we will be hopefully receiving in the state budget, and potentially to use some of those to backstop reduction in the short term, and potentially repurposing some of our positions to meet other needs, COVID-19 related needs in our district. When we look at the current Department of Health orders, we're going to be in one of 3 different models moving in. Dr. Carter showed a lot of really great things in the reentry committee, and we will continue to see those things evolve. But under a remote or a hybrid model, many positions won't be able to perform the services in their jobs the same way they've done in the past. And so we're going to need to look at all positions moving forward and look at how to best use them moving forward in this COVID-19 crisis. I noted that there isn't an agreement between the legislature and the governor right now. And I want to give you an update because I was hoping to be able to tell the board about the agreement that was made between the legislature and the governor by yesterday's statutory requirement of the passage of the budget. Unfortunately, no agreement was came to by the legislature and the governor, and therefore the legislature moved ahead and passed their budget. Their budget relied primarily on additional borrowing and the hope for additional federal funds approved by the House of Representatives, the Senate, and signed by the president. They now have 12 days to negotiate a compromise. And at the end of that, they either need to have come to a compromise, the governor needs to sign the budget, or what is potentially likely is a veto or a line item veto. In the state of California, the governor has the right to cut money out of the budget with a line item veto. And so the governor could make most of his reductions that he proposed in his original proposal through the line item veto. While not all of them, but the 10% decrease, which is the primary item, he could do straight through a line item veto. All right, next steps. So yesterday, the legislature passed their budget. They'll be negotiating over the next 12 days before we have a budget at the state level. At this board meeting, staff is recommending the approval of the 2020-2021 budget as presented to meet the statutory requirement that we pass the budget. No specific reductions will be reviewed or approved today as we don't have the adopted state budget and we don't know the level of reductions that we will need. Between now and June 30th, when we have the next board meeting related to the budget, a thought exchange will be sent out to our parent community as well as our employees around the budget and reductions to get important information moving forward. We were continuing our dialogue with our labor partners through that process. We are also going to monitor every aspect of the state budget to ensure that we know exactly what the cuts are going to be before the June 30th meeting. And we're going to continue to monitor our needs under remote and hybrid models of delivery. So we will bring a list of those potential reductions to the June 30th meeting, and we will recommend we take action at that point on those reductions. With that, I'm happy to open it up to questions.
All right, board members. Trustee Cooper.
Thanks, Yancy. Certainly not the position we want to be in ever, let alone right now. So just so I understand and make it clear that this is essentially, it's a placeholder budget, if you will. And I think we are doing the right thing. We don't know what the budget's going to look like from the state level. So if we were to announce cuts, for example, now, and this is kind of a rhetorical conversation, but if we were to make cuts now, it could be premature. They could approve the legislature's budget and we'd be much better off than the governor's. We just don't know. So this is what we need to do now.
Correct. I do need to note that the legislature's budget obviously is preferable to the governor's budget.
Clearly.
But the legislature's budget uses almost all of the potential proverbial arrows in the state's quiver. And so the out years in either the governor's budget or the legislature's budget will see significant reductions, but at least the district would have more time in determining the right reductions or other options that it has to move forward.
Okay, and then also the federal money that we're talking about, the CARES money, where is that now? Where is that? Is that has not come materialized at the state level, correct?
Yeah, so the CARES money is in 3 different kind of silos right now. The first is $1.4 billion that is being allocated to states. To states and local entities on their Title I allocation. So we would be receiving some money, but because of our demographics, we would be receiving less on a per student basis than the average district in the state of California. The other 2 amounts are $2.9 billion and $1.5 billion that the governor and the legislature have different plans on. The biggest potential issue is the governor wants to allocate the $2.9 billion in federal CARES Act funding only to concentration grant districts, which are districts with unduplicated pupil counts of low-income students, English learners, or foster students above 55%, which we are not. We are at 37 to 39% unduplicated.
Thank you.
Trustee Miller.
Yancy, thank you for the presentation. I take this as a placeholder. There's obviously lots of balls in the air. This is literally the legislature's thrown the ball and it hasn't gotten to the governor for him to hit or bunt or miss. I mean, we literally are in the middle of this process, and for us to step in the middle of it wouldn't help anybody in Nevada. We would either overestimate what we need to do and give notices to people that in fact we want to keep, or not give notices to people we need to keep. So I'm fine with a placeholder model that you're pursuing. My overall concern is that this epidemic is global, national, every state, every city. We are going to there are businesses that are going out of business, and it's going to continue for a while. There'll be massive reductions in employment. There'll be jobs that are going to go away that will never come back. We're going to realign the whole economy. And for this year, because we're based on last year's number, our teachers were able to teach clear through the end of the school year and graduate students with some under special circumstances. But next year, and the year after, there's going to be some dislocation in our ability to deliver education that's going to be severe. It's think Great Depression, think Dust Bowl, think the Great Recession. There are going to be things that we just will not be able to do. And in those cases, there's going to be some families that are going to have to find ways to help educate their own kids because the public system is not going to be here to do it. So I want to make sure that we set the stage that this is a placeholder, and that even come the 30th this month when we adopt a budget, I believe we will see a revised budget, probably 2 of them in the following year. And they're going to be revisions down, not revisions up. And that next year we won't be in a lot better shape. And we don't have the cushion to absorb that because it's not in our budget. We're going to have to, as the bad news arrives, we're going to have to deliver it to the community. So by the time we're done, the 7 of us, plus the administrators here, are going to end up with people who used to be friends in this community, and they're not going to be your friends anymore. you're going to have to tell their kids that they have to cut the number of classes they take. They have less teacher support. That this district will not be able to deliver the level of services we have. It's going to be very painful. And I just want to sort of batten down the hatches and get ready for what's going to be a very difficult time. The kids of this community are not going to get the same level of service that they have gotten over the last 5 to 10 years. And it'll be everybody doing more than they're doing now, doing their best, but it's going to be very hard. So I'm happy with this. I'll vote. I'll probably vote for, I'll vote for the one come June 30. But I think that's just the beginning of a very, very hard time. And we're going to have the county office in here talking to us about additional steps we have to take. And if your friends think they're unhappy now, give it another 6 months. There are kids that are going to get far less services than they're receiving this year. It's going to be hard. It's going to be just really, really hard. So with that said, Yancy, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate you trying to monetize the bad news. I don't think we've seen all of it yet at all. Thank you.
Trustee Gasson and then Trustee Mack.
Greg, do you want to go first?
Okay.
Just let it go.
Yeah, I'll go. No, we'll wait. No, thanks, Yancy, for everything. I agree. Placeholder is the way to go for right now. I would ask for anybody who's watching this late, and I guess there's more people watching this late than normal. If you ever thought that you might write a letter to the governor or the legislature, now's the time to do it. This is a placeholder because we need time, and we need you, just like us, just like our lobbyists, to go after these guys and get that budget passed the way the legislature has it. We need to get Gavin to back off on his budget and go with the legislature's budget. Simple as that. And then on top of that, while you're at it, talk to them about basic aid. Yancy, tell us, is it true that there are some districts in this county that are actually better off because of the governor's budget due to basic aid?
Yes, that is true. There's a lot of factors that go into place, but there are many districts in Marin County that there would actually be additional revenue related to federal revenue and the potential offset to PERS and STIRS rate. So they would be in a better position than they were as March, their second interim. So you are correct.
So once again, folks, you heard that. Those folks that are still out there, listen hard. There are districts that want Newsom's budget to pass. Well, I won't say they want it, but they're going to be better off. And we're looking at draconian cuts. How is that right? Take up arms, folks. We need to, well, you know what I'm saying. Write letters. We need to deal with this. Thank you. Go ahead, Diane.
Trustee Gasson.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Trustee Mack. So not to put further bad news on all this, but when I was looking at the multi-year projections, you know, I'm having a hard time. I mean, I understand that we're doing the best that we can and everyone's talking about this being a placeholder. But one of my immediate things that I noticed, and having been on too many of these finance calls or webinars and Zooms and stuff, trying to get as much information and understanding as I can, the projections of the COLA for the 2021, 22 and 22, 23 of being 2.48 and 3.26, but I don't have my glasses on, so it's somewhere around there. Just seems to be unreasonable. And so, you know, given what I've heard is to not even expect like 1% or, you know, so how are we going to address, or how, you know, if we put this forward, and I know MCOE has to take a look at it. I mean, aren't they going to wonder why we have that as a projection when it's probably not a realistic one? Or where do we get those numbers?
So those are the projections from the Department of Finance, which the governor uses. They are in the MCOE's common message. So we are using the governor's proposal as the basis for our budget, which is the expectation from the County Office of Ed. So
Okay.
those are the numbers we're using. I agree that we're going to have to continue to monitor those numbers as we move forward. If the governor's budget is initiated, those numbers are probably more likely than if the flip side of the legislature's budget being, and we use all of our borrowing and spend down of reserves and deferrals this year, then I think it's very unlikely that we're seeing any COLAs in the future. But we are looking at different baselines because the baseline of those COLAs is after a 10% reduction. So I think those are more likely than if we're in a status quo budget, which the legislature proposes. I see significant decreases in the out years related to all of the reductions in revenue related to COVID.
Okay, so I did read the addendum on here. So if I'm understanding you correctly, then if we have a good scenario this year with the legislature's budget versus the governor's, that it impedes the ability to, or it means the next years may not be good.
Correct.
Well, that's awful. Okay, the other question I have, and I know I drive you nuts about timing. So can we push this off to the 30th when we have more information and all of the information together? Or what is the reason to do it tonight?
So the reason to approve the budget is to meet our statutory requirement. We are required to pass the budget prior to June 30th. The chances of us getting enough information by June 30th to change our budget and approve it again by June 30th is it's not possible. We basically need a week and a half just to do all of the back state required forms to do that. So we would have to work right now if we made any changes till the June 30th, and we don't have any updated information right now. So we'll bring back additional information and we will bring back reductions, and we can do a pro forma of what that would mean to our budget. But we wouldn't have enough time to meet all of the individual statutory requirements. We will do a 45-day revision to the budget as required by law after the state approves its budget. So we need to approve now and do a revision in 45 days that would include the approved budget at the state level and any reductions that we make on June 30th.
Okay, so we do this, we do the reductions, but we don't redo everything again until we get another revised budget from the state.
So 45 days after the
Yeah.
approves the budget, the governor and the legislature, any material changes require a 45-day revision. And I am almost certain that there will be material changes to our budget, both on the reduction side and on whatever the final state budget is. So I expect to be bringing back a 45-day revision in August.
Okay. I guess the last thing I'll add on to what Trustee Mack was saying, to the people that are listening and paying attention. I know this is a big concern for a lot of families and parents, and just advocacy. Call the governor's office and get him to get this rolling so that we can make decisions. And part of what we're doing right now is putting everybody in limbo because we don't know what he's doing to know what we can do to let parents and families know what, and teachers and staff and all of those, so many people that are relying on this information. And it's so frustrating to have to continually wait. Yeah, anyway, so thank you.
Hey, just to add on to that really quick, folks that are listening once again, if there's ever a time to advocate for eliminating basic aid and putting every district on the local control funding formula, now is that time. this is as much of an opportunity as it is a dire situation.
Anybody else? I'm going to ask for some. Yancey, can you just clarify for me if my understanding is correctly in regards to the governor's budget? He is assuming that potentially there'll be some federal funding, another stimulus package of some sort, and the legislature is saying, no, we're not going to wait for that. So they've added this, I think it's, from what I can tell, 4.6 billion in additional to, because they feel like that's not going to be any federal funding, because right now it's held up in the Senate, correct?
Yeah, so the governor's, it's two ways to look at this, the same issue. Both sides are hoping for an additional bail, assistance package or bailout, whatever you want to call it, from the federal government. And how the governor deals with it is says, hey, we need to deal with the financial realities in front of us, make the 10% reduction, and if additional federal funds come in, he will backfill some or all of it, depending on how much revenue comes in. The legislature's budget assumes that we will receive federal revenue. And if we don't, it turns that revenue into additional deferrals, cash flow deferrals, which are basically pushing, I'd gladly pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. All right, board members, these are the decisions we don't like, I know. So we have a statutory requirement in front of us approving this budget. The board, staff is looking, Yancey's looking for approval.
Well, I'll move approval of the proposed budget proposed by staff.
Can I back that up? Besides the budget, we are approving some resolutions. Do you mind, Yancey, just going before Ross concludes his approval?
Yeah.
Or his motion, excuse me.
Yeah, these three are just typical logistical resolutions related to budget authority to start and to conclude a year. So the first is we're bringing you the estimated actuals, and expenditures may come in a little bit differently between categories, and this gives us the statutory authority to pay those before we bring the September unaudited actuals.
Yep.
The second allows us to borrow money between funds if we have cash flow issues. The governor's proposal and the legislature's proposal both include deferrals in the current year, in the 1920 year. And so some of our funding for 1920 is going to be deferred until July of 2020, which means we may have to do some cash flow borrowing across the year while we wait for the accounts receivable to be approved. And the last is that we can make budget adjustments in the beginning of the year until we bring that updated budget on the 45-day and in first interim. So they're all just logistical items.
It's creating some flexibility for us, is that? Because we're not getting it from anybody else. So we've got to create our own flexibility.
Right.
So do you want a motion for all the budget
Trustee
and the
Gass.
three emotions? Or-
Yeah, why don't you make the motion and I'll go make sure there's a second and then I'll ask for questions.
Okay, so I'll move the adoption of the proposed budget and the three resolutions. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Related budget resolutions.
Okay, is there a second with that motion?
I will second that motion.
Okay, and then questions, Trustee Gasson.
So Yancey, is there any potential, since things are, I feel like we're pushing on that 3%, we don't have any extra money. Is there some scenario, given all that you know right now and the governor's budget, that it could get worse and we would then fall below the 3%, like right now? Well, not right now, but I mean like in the next 6 months?
If the governor's budget is approved and the district doesn't take action to reduce its expenditures in 2021, and there are any further reductions to revenue in 2020, 2021, the district could go below the 3% reserve. We do expect that, given the move of the tax day from April to July, we will get updated tax numbers, and there may be an August revision, and there may be a revision all the way to January of next year. So it's one of those problems with allowing a reserve to go down to the minimum of 3%. You have to jump at every individual small change that the state might make in terms of your funding or federal or local funding.
Well, that's sort of why I'm asking. I'm really concerned, again, going with understanding more about the constraints of what we have to work around and the things that we have in front of us. Do you feel, I mean, it's just overwhelming how many cuts we already make. Say we have to make another 500,000 based on all this stuff, information you've shared. And is there even that much to, I mean, is there any other place that we can pull from, given the constraints that we have and what we've got going on right now?
I know Superintendent Costa.
Yeah.
Something.
So a couple of things. One, Yancey's brought before us what we hope and what we truly believe is a worst case scenario budget. It's based on the worst of the options that are available to us from the California state government right now. It's based on us not making any reductions to our budget. I am not optimistic that the budget will be terribly better than the governor's budget. I believe it will be better than the governor's budget, but I don't think it will be tons better. And even if it is the legislature's budget, all we're doing is kicking the can down the road if there isn't significant federal intervention. So whether it's the legislature's budget or the governor's budget, if we don't get federal aid, we're in a bad place, whether it's this year or next year. But I do believe that this is the worst case scenario budget that we're bringing before you. And it's based upon us not making any budget reductions. And we are committed to making budget reductions that will make that better. So that gives us a little bit of a cushion. It's not enough of a cushion. You know, the Republicans in the Senate and the president have said that after the summer recess in July, they were going to get back together and they were going to talk about another federal aid package. The Democrats in the Congress have passed a federal act. Those two will not come together around the HEROES Act is what it's called. They will not come together around the HEROES Act, but hopefully they are going to come together around something. So, this is a bad situation. There's a reason I started talking about state takeover, because this is a bad situation that could result in us being taken over by the state if we don't take care of our business. And if our labor partners don't come to the table with us and help us to take some sacrifices now so that we can survive in the big picture. There are a few of us working in this district who have worked in a district that's been taken over by the state while it was taken over by the state. I was an elementary school principal in Vallejo when Vallejo was taken over by the state. I saw the harm that was done to students, to schools, to teachers, to the system when that happened. I have continued to follow that district where my friends continue to work and see that they are still trying to pay off their loan that they took. They've never regained their financial footing. They have finally gained back local control. However, there is still one trustee that is appointed by the state of California to serve on their board, I believe. This is not a route we want to go down. And if you talk to anybody who has worked in a district during the time that it was taken over by the state, and most people who worked in a district after it was taken over by the state, you do not want to find yourself in that situation. And I know there are those in this community who are saying, even educators in this community who are saying, well, how bad could it really be?
Awful.
The parent voice is gone. You've got somebody from Sacramento who's making decisions based on what they believe is the right thing for fiscal They might be athletics based. They might decide to allow athletics to continue. They might like arts. They might continue to let arts continue. They might just be numbers people, and they might not let any of it continue. So just know that I've lived through this. I worked very closely with the state administrator in Vallejo. His name was Rick D'Amelio. He was a very nice man. We got along very well. I was a trusted advisor to him who sat on many of his committees. But at the end of the day, he had one primary job to do, and that was to balance the budget for Vallejo City Unified School District. And employee groups made sacrifice after sacrifice to make that happen. Nobody was untouched by that. The compensation in those districts continues to lag behind other similar districts. And there's no light at the end of the tunnel for these districts, because just as they start to get ahead, they get hit by the next recession and they get knocked back down below the 3% and they got to take another loan. So I'm kind of rambling on, but here's what I want to say in closing. What I want to say in closing is this is a worst case scenario budget based on 0 budget cuts. We anticipate the budget will be a little bit better than this. We hope that it could be a lot better than this. We hope that there will be some federal funding. We hope that our labor partners will work with us to make some short-term sacrifices to allow us to get through this difficult time. With the understanding that if that other funding comes through, then that softens the blow and we can back off on some of those sacrifices that people have made. So that's me rambling, but I think it's important for you to hear.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Casca.
Madam President, I think it's time to call the question.
Yeah. All right, so we have a motion by Trustee Millerick, a second by Trustee Nell. This is to approve our 2020-21 proposed general fund budget along with the related resolutions. All those in favor? Say aye. Aye. 7-0. Thank you, board members and staff, for presenting and asking good questions and good dialogue. These are tough decisions and tough times that we are facing. Moving on to our English Learner Master Plan adoption. This is coming back to the board for approval. It was presented at our last board meeting. And there's Rhonda and Leslie.
Good evening.
Nice to see both of you.
Good evening.
When you're ready.
Oh, so we're not sure how the process works, but we were back to hear if there were any recommendations or comments or where the Board of Trustees stands with approval of the master.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you're gonna do a little song and dance or.
No, but thank you all for taking your time to look through it and asking questions that we did receive. We know it's a lengthy document. Just appreciate you taking the time to look through it.
All right, board members, it's Trustee Nell.
So have we received any public comment either directed for this board meeting or to staff? Has there been any input since its original presentation?
No.
Nothing to Rhonda or Amy, Leslie on public asking. Okay.
So based on the previous report, I'm prepared to move that we adopt the recommendation.
I second.
Okay. So we have first by Trustee Nell, a second by Trustee Aguila to approve the 2019-20 English Learner Master Plan adoption. All those in favor? Aye. Do I got everybody? Yeah. 7-0.
Ross says aye, right?
Yeah, sorry, Ross. Okay, I was missing one. Okay, Ross is an aye. 7-0, that passes. Well, thank you, Rhonda and Leslie. Great work, as I said before.
Keep it up.
Yeah, keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Budget news. Keep at it.
We will. Thank you very much.
All right, this is item 15C, approval of the 2020 Local Control Accountability Plan COVID-19 Operation Written Report.
Yeah, so trustees, normally when after you approve the budget, we approve the LCAP plan. However, this year the state did waive the requirements for the LCAP plan. That's being deferred till December. Our work with our parent advisory committee will continue into next year, and we feel really well prepared for that plan. But at this point, this is really just sort of capturing the history of the work that was done within our district over the last few months. The state has asked us to report on how we responded to the students who are served by LCFF funds, particularly our English language learners, socioeconomic disadvantaged. If you have the chance to look at that document, you can see that some extraordinary work was done. We very rapidly transitioned to online education. Within 2 weeks, we had 93% of our students receiving online education. And we then deployed our efforts to do outreach for families and households that might not have had Wi-Fi or may have had language barriers. We continued that work through the establishment of Spanish videos, a Spanish Facebook. We reached out to all of our parents with individualized education plans and worked on their plans to adapt those with special needs, to do everything we could to support them during this time period. And really, it's just an extraordinary body of work that we've accomplished. In fact, the AXA committee sent out an email that pointed to Novato as one of the districts to follow in our works, and we really did some extraordinary work. So I think this honors that and has the opportunity to really memorialize that. And in December, we'll be coming back with the LCAP plan to move us forward with our LCFF students.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Board members, comments, questions?
Okay.
Trustee Gila?
No, I wanted to make a motion.
Okay.
Unless somebody else wanted to say
I'm seeing no other
something else?
comments or questions.
Okay. So I make a motion that we approve the 2020 Local Control Accountability Plan COVID-19 Operations Written Report.
Okay.
I'm prepared to second the motion, but I do have a comment.
Okay.
So I just want to echo Assistant Superintendent Carter. Trustee Mack was talking about if there's ever been a time to write a letter to the governor. I think if there's ever been a time for the citizens of Novato to want to know what kind of work we do here at the Nevada Unified School District, and despite all the problems we're having financially as a result, I think they should take the time to review this document and to click on the links that are associated with it. And I don't see how you can't be impressed by what our district has accomplished quite in a crisis mode, delivering to the best of our ability. No one's saying that we did perfect, but I can assure you or echo the comments that Novato has been recognized statewide as from other districts and legislators who wonder how we did it, because things appear to be so messed up in other districts.
Okay.
So I really think commendations are in order for our staff and in the community that works so hard to support our schools and the school sites. And so with that, I'm prepared to second the motion and support the recommendation.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Nell. All right, so we have first by Trustee Aguila, a second by Trustee Nell. All those in favor? Aye. 7-0.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to 15E. This is bringing board policy 5131. This is 15D. 5131.6.
Yeah, so if you'll remember, we had a report from our athletic directors last time we met, feels like yesterday. And one of the elements in their handbook after they had worked with their community partners was to adjust some of the penalties that were incurred for our student athletes related to discipline. while our restorative justice team and our administrative team and our athletic directors all felt like a more progressive form of discipline was more appropriate. And that was their recommendation in their handbook. It did conflict with the school board policy related to incidents of students utilizing drugs or alcohol. And so we've gone back and feel like, in keeping with the culture of caring and keeping with the disciplinary reforms that are taking place across the nation, that this policy that hasn't been updated since 2015 should include language that has more of a progressive response. Our administrators are in support of this action. We're transitioning from an automatic 40-day suspension from all activities, sports, athletics, into something that looks like more with the first incident, a 15-day penalty, a second incident, a 30-day, and a 40-day. What our athletic coaches are really telling us is that they want the opportunity to retain students on their teams and have motivational conversations and health conversations with them, and that a 15-day penalty for an athlete permits that, but a 40-day often knocks the child out of the season, and we see kids only turn further away from us when we take that stance. So along with this shift, there's an increase in the restorative justice actions and the supports that we have for students who do make these unfortunate choices. I would say that we are in the middle of a very unique crisis with the amount of students we see that have a nicotine addiction because of the vape pens. And so we've had to really develop what we're doing and offering to support those students. So while we're looking for a more progressive stance, we're also adding in a lot of elements that support these students with those behavioral choices and focus on education and reaching out to the family and finding new ways to support students who make these poor choices. So our recommendation is just to kind of get feedback from the board on that, on the progressive stance. All the other changes that are submitted in that document are aligned with the CSEA recommendations. But the Novato specific one that we want to make sure that you weigh in on is that progressive response for incidents relating to drug or alcohol use.
Sorry, to unmute there. Trustee Nell.
So, as a former coach and booster supporter, I think this is a policy that is long overdue. For decades, I think when it comes to children, and that's what we're talking about here, raising and developing children, the concept of harsh penalty and throw away the key is the wrong approach, and it has been since the beginning, in my opinion. I think it's finally come to light in a lot of different ways, not just in federal sentencing, but it's the same concept that basically what we want to do is we want to give an individual an opportunity to learn from their mistakes and to continue to be part of a program, a co-curricular program that can help them to understand the pitfalls and the dangers and being associated with and using drugs and alcohol. So I'm just so happy and so proud if we were to go ahead and adopt this new policy. I think we're going to do greater good in the community by letting the adults continue to work with these kids who make mistakes early on in life, rather than just banishing them. What often turns out to be the worst thing we could do is they fall to the dark side, if I may. So with that said, I'm prepared to support it, but as I understand it, we're going to have it brought back one more time, but I think it's a good idea.
Thank you, Trustee Nell. Trustee Miller.
Oh,
So I've been around here for a long time, and this change in policy that's taken a long time to come about, and Amy, credit to you, we keep moving in the direction of educating children instead of punishing children. The idea of sending them home, and I've been part of this, send them home figuring they'll figure out justice sitting at home with nothing to do for 40 days while all their peers are on the field. Just seems in hindsight just like misguided, and I'm glad to see that we're having rethinking all of this and trying to figure out how we can raise young children as opposed to operate some criminal justice system. It is, and I've been part of it. So there's been more meetings I've sat through where we've expelled students and the family's just completely confused about what they should do next. They go to county community or juvenile hall and try to find a new direction in life, and oftentimes they find a direction we don't like. This is way better. Thank you very much for bringing this forward, and I'll back up Trustee Nell in his approval.
You want to second that, Trustee Miller? Is that?
I feel if somebody would first it, I would second it.
Yeah, Trustee Nell's a first.
I will take a second.
Okay.
And
Trustee
thank
Matt?
This one, you knew I was going to chime in on this one. So just really wanted, this is no different than suspension policy. I mean, basically, this is a lot of kids, this is their only lifeline to wanting to be at school. And it serves as a kind of a gateway to them getting engaged entirely in school because they finally found something that they love. And because they make a screw up in a class that we're trying to help them work through, and then we just cut them off, it's crazy. I know I'm preaching to the choir now, but it's really, and I also want to say, it's really no coincidence we're finally doing this because we have ADs.
Well,
Just
I
put
agree.
that out.
I absolutely agree the ADs have helped. And I'll tell you that when you look at this and you look at the statistics of who got expelled from this district, it was not ethnically proportional to our population.
You're absolutely right, Ross. Absolutely right.
Landed on very narrow populations.
Yep.
They didn't have a social setting at home, or they didn't have guidance. And instead of helping them, we did not help them. So this is better.
We have had some lengthy conversations on this policy over the years, if I recall. As Trustee Miller kind of talked about that a little bit, but okay. So if there's no further questions, I'm prepared to move on this or to actually vote on this. Excuse me. Okay. Did you have a question, Trustee Mack? You ready to go?
No, I was just saying in favor. Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. A first by Trustee Nell, a second by Trustee Miller. This is approval of the first reading. So this will come back for one more reading of 5131.6 and the ARs as well. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So we have a 6-0, 1 absent. Trustee Gasson had to leave for the evening. So it's a 6-0, 1 absent on that. Okay.
Yep.
Next item is approval, potential approval of first reading of 4218. And Jonathan is there. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, President Butler. Good evening, trustees. Jonathan Ferrer, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources. Before you is a first reading for Board Policy 4218, dismissal, suspension, disciplinary action. As you know, a board policy serves as a statement to organize the district, and an aligned administrative regulation can serve as the direction on how to do so. In this case, we have an administrative regulation, but not a board policy in place. As you have previously approved the update for Administrative Regulation 4218, dismissal, suspension, disciplinary action in May, this is just the best practice to have an aligned board policy with the administrative regulation. The written language in the board policy is verbatim from the California School Boards Association. Discussion action item for the first reading of Board Policy 4218, dismissal, suspension, disciplinary action. I can hear comments or take questions at this time.
Okay. Anything, board members? Okay.
So my reading of the policy is it seems all very reasonable and straightforward and conscientious. So I think if it's best practices, I think we should adopt or move forward for a second reading the recommendation on this new board policy.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Nell. So first by Trustee Nell, second.
I'll second.
Okay. a second by trustee Aguila. All those in favor?
Aye.
6-0, 1 absent. And Jonathan, you could probably bring it, and this for the second readings, if we don't have a lot of, input or feedback or changes, back on consent would probably be fine.
Okay.
To do that. Okay. All right, and Jonathan is still there. We're moving on to item 15F. This is the approval of the agreements for district assistant superintendents of business and operations, education services, and HR, and human resources, excuse me.
Thank you again, President Butler. Before you is a recommendation to approve the employment agreements for our 3 assistant superintendents, business and operations, education services, and human resources. Please note that the original board cover was submitted with a reported cost of $32,374. The board cover has since been revised with the actual cost for 2020, 2021 for all 3 agreements as $18,908. So if you don't have that correction, that is the corrected amount. As you know, assistant superintendents are 1-year contracted employees with their revised contracts presented to you each year for approval to ensure employee agreements of our assistant superintendents are up to date with the district. There are no major changes to these contracts. The only change made to each is the step increase that each position receives on either their certificated or classified management salary schedule. This is identical to the step increase process for our management and unrepresented CSEA and NFT employees. It is also important to understand that the assistant superintendents will also be subject to any reductions, furloughs, or other budgetary measures approved by the board that applies to all management positions under our certificated or classified management salary schedule. This is a discussion action item. The district recommends the approval of the 3 assistant superintendent contracts. I can hear comments or take questions at this time.
Members, anybody? No? Thank you for mentioning the last line of the potential reductions or furloughs to these positions. So I appreciate that. Trustee Now.
Well, I'm going to move a recommendation. I basically see us doing what we've done for every other labor group or bargaining unit to date. So I don't see why there'd be any reason why we wouldn't make this annual contract renewal official. So I'm prepared to approve the contract.
Thank you. For the 3 contracts for 1 year for 2021. Is there a second approval of these contracts? Trustee Millerick? Okay. Thank you. So first by Trustee Nell, second by Trustee Millerick. I don't see any questions or comments. All those in favor? 6-0, 1 absent. All right, moving on to the final discussion action item 15G. These are approval of the schematic designs and schedule and cost estimates for Olive and Linwood. And there's Mike sharing his screen.
Thank you, President Butler, and welcome to late night with facilities. No, this is the last one. It's been a long night, but I'll try to be brief. First off, I just wanted to welcome Craig Durand. He's listening down there. If you guys want to energize your video so they can put a face with a name, feel free. He's our HY architect, helping us out with both these projects. And also Jason Cave is representing Greystone West, our construction management firm, who is a key player in all of our construction projects with the bond. Just a reminder to the board, schematic design is about a 30 to 35% design review. It's basically some ideas on paper, and you start fleshing out some of the details to get ready for the detailed design. Also be presenting a schedule and a cost estimate, both project and construction, for your approval tonight. I got to apologize for the resolution issue. Turns out that HY Architects has a more recent version of the software than I have, and the resolution didn't carry through. Tried to make it a little clearer, sent out some earlier slides today, but apologize for that issue. And fourth, I just want to let the board know that we did work at both sites with school site committees, staff members, and teachers alike to get some ideas and input as we develop these ideas moving forward. With that, I will jump into it. Agenda real quick, just like I said, both sites going to go through a scope of work, schedule, and a cost estimate. Going to Linwood first, I'm not going to read through everything, but the scope of work generally there is to renovate or modernize the school site. That includes all classrooms and with the focus also on admin spaces, the multi-purpose room and the library. And then in addition, as we talked last week, we're also going to pull in pieces of our deferred maintenance, our IT projects, and bring everything into the project to do all at once, which is a good thing. The key parts to point out for Linwood, we are demolishing the old district-wide central kitchen from the fans buildings, and in its place, we're going to build a proper sized warming kitchen for an elementary school. And we're also going to focus on sort of the traffic flow in the front of the school with Leafwood Avenue and get into safer, more efficient drop-off pickup area for the school. With that, just give you a satellite view of the school. As you can see, the yellow R's just represent renovations for the classroom wings. There's also an R over the multi-purpose room, and then in the center circle there for the traffic. And then the highlighted yellow circle is basically all the existing buildings we want to take down. And in their place, that warming kitchen and also some improvement to the approach to the school and increase in parking and make that a safer, more efficient drop-off zone. And then to show you that Greg is much more talented at doing drawings than I am. This is one of his drawings. And as I mentioned, working with the site committees, the comments are read, which please don't try to read because you really can't. But just those are the notes we've had in the meeting with the site. We'll continue to work with them to get their input so we have their buy-in as we proceed with this project. This is just another visual representation of what I basically just said and some of the notes we've taken along the way. So moving in to give you a closer idea, we're talking about the traffic circle in the front of the school. As you can see, they currently have a center circle with the flagpole and some landscaping. Looking to remove that, put some more parking in there. And then you can see the new green square there to the right is the new kitchen area. And right here, and that's the new warming kitchen. And then this is Leafwood Avenue. And then this is part of the school. I know Yancey's currently meeting with the city to flush out some concerns about the existing use of this parking by the apartment complex. But this is school district property and looking to create a one-way in out for student drop off and pick up, and also increase parking along the back and just make this a safer area. Still retain the ability for a bus to come in and do a circle drive and get back out. And then improve some of the aesthetics in the front of the school. And looking into the classrooms, the two drawings are basically what we have existing in our classrooms. And you can see the casework in the front of the building, the front of the classroom, excuse me, and then some countertop in the back, and then a lot of desks and furniture in the middle. We again met with both site committees and we toured our model classroom at Lou Sutton and showed them what we've done there to give them some options of how more flexible you can make the space by removing all the built-in stuff. And at Linwood, they've gone on record as wanting to remove the built-ins in the front and also the countertop in the back and meet those needs with flexible furniture. And then the pictures, of course, are just ideas. As you've seen, I'm sure, a few modernized classrooms where you'll notice there's not a lot on the walls. There's the display monitor on the front, down here as well. It's a lot of whiteboard space, whiteboard panels, tackboard panels, and a big, open, bright, cheery, inviting educational environment. These are pictures I showed last week. Just wanted to reiterate. Upper left picture here is what I would define as how far down we're going to do the modernization in the classrooms, down to the drywall. So we've pretty much ripped up everything else, the floor, the ceiling tiles, and for those schools that don't have a suspended ceiling, they have an elevated ceiling. We'll go down and we'll replace the tiles attached to the ceiling there as well. But then you replace the old built-ins and everything with the panels of whiteboard and tack wall and other things. Place the floor in and then start that new educational environment. And then the other three pictures are obviously what we did at Lou Sutton and one of the rooms at San Jose Middle School. Not the solution, just a possible solution. to get the teachers thinking of all the different options and that flexibility you could build into the classrooms. Next slide, the same pictures I showed you from other school districts. This is from San Jose School District, some of the projects that Greystone was involved in, where they modernized classrooms and did much like we're looking to do. Moving along to the multi-purpose room. This is the new kitchen we're looking to build at Linwood. And as you can see, it's a bit bigger than what some of our older schools have. And this is what I call a right-sized code compliant kitchen. It has a couple of zones, and I'll show you a few more details on the next slide. But this is new construction. I just want to point out that this portion will not be done by the end of the summer in 2021. It will take until February 2022 to complete due to its new construction and the time it takes to do that. But it does get rid of all that excess building and kind of labyrinth of weird spaces we had back here. And these pictures are what was done at other schools, not so much the multi-purpose room, but the interaction and interface between the multi-purpose room and the kitchen. And we can see that in the next slide. You create a definite path for the students to come in, pick up some food, and the magic happens back here where you have proper size space with storage, dry goods, the staff's own bathroom, custodian closet, required code with 3 compartment sinks, your cooking area with their warming events, your prep area, and then your serving area. So this will be a welcome space to Linwood and fit right in with how they serve meals there as well. Moving on to the cost estimate, you're basically looking at about $8.5 million for Linwood construction budget with an overall project budget of $12.5 million. Again, this includes not just the modernization of the classrooms and the spaces, but also a lot of that deferred maintenance and IT work that we talked about at previous board meetings. And schedule, just like I mentioned, currently working through design, take another 4 months to finalize that, get a detailed design, send it off to DSA. Roughly a couple of 3 months. We're hoping to get through them and get approval. Once we do that, come back to get board approval, go out to bid. We do plan on coming to the board at a future meeting to request issuing this project as a lease-back project as well. We've had good success and competitiveness getting a good contract awarded. And of course, we'd start construction literally the day after the school year ends next year, summer 2021. And the modernization part and the deferred maintenance and all those parts would be completed over the summer, completed by the beginning of the school year in August 21, with the exception of the kitchen, which would be completed in February of 2022. In addition, that includes being completed the front drive approach area as well. Moving on to Olive Elementary School, much of the same. The only difference with this site is instead of a new kitchen, the board's already approved to relocate their administrative building. So we're constructing a new admin building in the front of the school, which is off Olive Avenue versus where it currently is off the back on Plum Street. And again, doing the same thing with folding in deferred maintenance, IT work, and other things as we do the site renovation there. Again, satellite view, very similar, renovating all the classroom wings, multi-purpose room, library, another classroom wing. And this area up front is where we're focusing on where to place that new administrative building, which is this is the new front of school. Can y'all see my arrow? I forgot to ask. Can you see anything moving on the screen?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And again, a drawing done by HY just shows you visually the modernization with the class wings. This is one of the options for the location of the admin building. I'll show you the other options in just a minute. But again, looking to bring that to the front of the school here. So the options we came up with, Craig and his staff did a great job. This one was one of the better locations. You have to walk right by the administration building after you park to go into the campus. Couldn't be a better location. However, it's on a sloped hill and it has the highest construction cost because of that. Another option is to build the space in half of the existing garden, which is right here, and replace the garden on this side. These are 2 playgrounds here and here that we wanted to retain. This was a pretty good idea, except you have a garden split that didn't make much sense. And then option 3 was build the new administrative building further away from the front. And one of the locations, the existing playground. Didn't like that so much because it's a little further away, and also it took away one of the existing playgrounds. So we kind of looked at all three and sort of came up with a 2A, which we like the location here in the front. Instead of putting the garden over here, we thought we could make some other improvements here. I don't know if you remember out here at the Olive, this is the defunct closed down restroom facility. I don't know if we built it or the city built it, but it has long since been closed and it's kind of fallen apart. So in this case, we would put the new building here, keep this part of the garden, expand the garden out this way, and at the same time take down that older building that's kind of becoming an eyesore.
Is that our property? Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Actually, the ball field and everything is the district.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Have an agreement with the city.
Yeah, right.
No,
My
Mr.
bad.
Hawkins is currently talking with the city about updating that agreement. This is the option, and we got to retain both of the existing playgrounds, which was very important to the school site. So we kind of focused on that option. And as you move forward, this is sort of just a close-up version of that, where you keep the two playgrounds, expand the garden out this way, get rid of some older infrastructure, put the admin building right in the front of the parking lot that still is a perfect spot to park and walk by, and not have to incur the additional construction costs of building it on a slope. Again, I'm going to go through these really quick. Same idea with the classrooms. Again, we just toured the Olive staff through earlier this week. They're definitely for removing all the countertops. There's a lot of discussion, and they wanted to confer with some other staff about whether or not to keep this. I think we have them convinced that it's the right thing to do to remove the built-in casework and solve those issues with flexible furniture. They just wanted to do their due diligence and talk to some of the staff to get their input. Again, the picture is going to breeze through those. Just to give you an idea of the admin building, please understand this is a nice drawing that HY did. And it's basically what I call an adjacency drawing. So it shows you the functions of the administration building, but this isn't necessarily the final product. For example, you have to have a principal's office, a psychologist's office, some other code requirements, or a nurse's office with an ADA accessible bathroom, various things like that. So after talking with staff and working out previous buildings they've done in other campuses, HY came up with a really good adjacency functional layout here. We have small conference room for IEP meetings with teachers and parents, bigger conference room for training and teacher conference or teacher meetings, those kinds of things. The front reception area for welcoming everybody into the school, your workroom for teachers, some other offices for coordinators and other folks. And in there you have the attendants and other people. And then of course the teacher's lounge where they can relax and confer and get a break from classrooms, do some planning. And then of course you have support spaces that go with it, mechanical, electrical, et cetera, and some storage. So roughly, just ballpark, it's about 3,200 square foot facility we're looking to build. It might not be in this shape. These rooms will most likely move around and grow and shrink as we progress with the detailed design, but just wanted to give you an idea of what an admin building will include. And then you might want to ask yourself, what are we going to do with the current admin building that's adjacent to the two kindergarten classrooms? So once the new building is complete, we'll move out admin from this space and we will go back in and convert part of it to a third kindergarten room that's needed, complete with its own bathroom and storage. And then remaining space, we're looking to put some staff bathrooms because this is pretty much the farthest place away from the new admin building, and also some much needed storage space for the school site. Just wanted to point out the red lines here are what you'd call structural walls. And to remove those and replace them with proper structural components is very expensive and didn't want to go down that hard road. So decided to work around those. And again, the folks at HY are doing some great design work and able to fit those in the new spaces we're designing without having to move those walls. Moving into the cost estimate, similarly to Linwood, Olive is sitting at an $8.6 million construction estimate with a total project budget of $12.6 million. And again, the schedule very similar. We do the bulk of the work over the summer, starting the last day, after the last day of school and ending right before school starts in August 2021, with the exception of the new administration building, which will take until February of 2022 to be complete. And at that point, we can move administration out, and over the next couple of months, we can renovate that space and convert it into that third classroom and other support spaces. Because it is at sort of the back of campus, we feel confident we could safely close it off and do construction during the school year. If that did become an issue, we could look to push it, possibly slide it to the summer. And with that, I just wanted to summarize the decisions we're looking for board approval tonight. So it's the schematic design scope of work for Linwood Elementary with a project budget of $12,540,600. And the schedule that was presented, understanding that the new kitchen wouldn't be ready until February 2022, and same for Olive, approving the schematic design scope of work with a project budget of $12,643,786, and its construction completion schedule, understanding that the new admin building would not be ready until February 2022, and the renovation of the old admin building wouldn't be ready until May 2022. With that, I apologize for the speed, but open up to any questions or comments that you would have.
Question? Debbie, President?
I'm talking to myself. Sorry, I had to unmute. Trustee Aguila and then Trustee Miller.
So after tonight, so we're adopting tonight is the layouts won't change at all, right? Once we adopt it tonight, once we approve it tonight, the layout, the plan layout won't change, or is it subject to change?
It will change because again, schematic design is basically a 30-35% design level.
Okay.
So kind of we're pitching you a roughly.
Oh, okay. And then, okay, that's great. And then what about so financially, is the numbers won't change?
They could. I wish I could promise that. It could change. A lot of factors go into that construction environment. What goes on with the COVID health issue, a variety of things. So we set the project budget now, and we'll come back to go out to bid.
Oh, the bid.
We have an updated budget at that point. We present it to you, and then of course, once we get a bid, we'd come back, and with that price, we'd come back to you a third time. So you have a couple more times to look at and talk about the budget.
But you're being conservative on the estimation, right? So
we always try to be a little conservative, but there's the construction environment, unfortunately, we can't predict. We feel it's a very solid budget, and if it does change, it would be minimal, but I wish I could promise it would remain as is.
So it could go higher, or it could go lower.
It could.
Okay, thanks.
Trustee Miller?
I've got a few questions. So I'm going to ask specific questions about this project, but I have a couple of questions about our overall budget. These two together are $24 million. And we talked earlier about coming up with $100 million. So this is a quarter of that money that we talked about. And I have some leftover questions from last week. So let me talk about these, ask some questions specifically about these two projects. So Craig and Jason, thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate it. You're stepping up to the two oldest campuses in the district. And the last time we remodeled these, I'm going to go to, I think it's page 3, which is the Linwood Elementary School picture, aerial. Can you bring it up? Yeah, but not all of Linwood. That's the right picture, but that's this. Okay, so the 3 buildings on the left that they have R and R and R. The last time we remodeled them, they pulled the siding off and they didn't put insulation in the walls, and they put the siding back on. The classrooms that are to the far left in each and every one of these wings has a temperature about 20 degrees hotter in May and June when school's ending than the rest of the wing. The buildings have inadequate insulation, And the last bond measure we did the work but didn't solve the problem. So have you looked at the insulation and air conditioning requirements for this campus? Is that part of this proposal?
Well, we've already installed air conditioning in Linwood this past summer, so that's already.
Are we monitoring room temperature? Because in one case, I know in those 3 rooms you were fighting, except for the one at the top where you put a container so it shades the end of the building. But yeah,
Well,
right there.
To answer your question, Trustee Melick, we're definitely looking at the siding. I know this was painted a couple years ago,
Yep.
But this also, as you know, wood siding, and it's in some various conditions. Some of it's going to need a replacement.
Yep.
Some need a repair. We can definitely tell them to focus down here and see if we peel back, because I think this gets beat up the most by the sun.
It does.
And
The ends
weather,
of the
so
buildings in this campus get
have to
destroyed.
replace
Yep.
panels down here naturally, in which case if we pull them back and we see no insulation, we could pretty
Oh,
easily.
there's no insulation. I'll guarantee it. I watched them put the siding back up while the head of maintenance was insisting they were doing a good job. It was clear.
Oh.
And the other thing that happened on this campus, and I would like you to look, is the building, this one to the furthest south with the R on it, is the kindergarten wing. And the last time we did this campus, we were told by the superintendent they couldn't do adequate asphalt revisions because a Barbara Green wouldn't fit in between the buildings. And I think, in fact, the result is we actually got the classroom and the playrooms renovated, and they're in good shape. But I'd like you to look. And the problem with this campus was our largest minority population goes to school here, and the most depressed economic community is right down this road. And so the kids who are least able economically because of their family situations were the ones where we did the least amount of work. So you guys are going to be doing some work that is fixing a racial ethnic injustice in this town that's been here for at least 3 decades. So I'm glad we're renovating this, because we just didn't pay attention because these people didn't scream. So look at the asphalt condition. And then on the building to the right, just to the left of the big circle, that multi-purpose room, I believe they got all the overhead lighting, air vents, to actually operate. I think we spent some money to do that. I assume you're going to keep that operational, so there's overhead vents. Is that a correct statement?
Correct.
Okay. So the money we spent last time, you're going to preserve.
Correct, because we don't have air conditioning in the multi-purpose room. We don't, as a policy, condition gyms or large voluminous.
And with those vents, it's a pretty reasonable room, actually.
And then they have also.
But it wasn't before, when they weren't operational, but we didn't care about these kids in this campus. So I'm glad, that I just don't want to go backwards from where we were.
Exactly.
Okay. And then the kitchen, of course, once it's off, that's going to be better. Okay. Can we go over to Olive?
Sure. Which slide?
The varial views, that seems to me the best one to talk about. Okay, so again, the 3 buildings on the left, the one at the top is where the office is and the kindergartens. And you guys, when you get into this building, you're going to discover that all of the window sills have rotted out, and were rotted out when we did the last bond measure, and we didn't have money. So we just mixed really thick paint and painted the window sills and glued the rotten wood to the glass so no one would notice. But you can take a pencil and shove it through any one of those window sills along most of those classes. So expect to replace all of the windows. And it's also, if you look at this campus, you will see the walkways that are to the top of the slide slope back towards the building. So any rain that lands on the building flows towards the building, not away from the building. And there was significant structural decay at the bottom of every one of those troughs the last time we did a renovation. So expect some of the same. I don't know how well we fixed it, but the sheet metal had rusted through and the water was just going into the structure. and there was significant structural damage on every one of those buildings. And the same thing about the building to the right, the end panel, again, no insulation and significantly deterioration because the wood planking gets such a beating on the wood. And then the last comment I want to make is we're going to put a new administration building in this campus and pivot the whole campus. I want to make sure that we are doing the very best we can. It's that's a multi-million-dollar building, and it should make this campus operate significantly better. And if we can't make it do that, then I don't see the point in investing in pivoting the campus around. We did a really good job at Hamilton, where the campus now faces on Nave Drive, and the campus works much better. But it looks to me like this administration building is stuck out here in the middle of nowhere, and it's not connected to the campus. If I was the principal and I needed to be engaged in the process of the campus, all of our other campuses have the administration office significantly more embedded. And for this amount of money, I don't expect a red herring solution. And this looks to me like it needs some more thinking. I think the location of the building is just bizarre because it doesn't connect to where the kids are and where the teachers are and where the service is. So I'm okay with the idea of pivoting the campus. It's a lot of money. I just want to make sure we get some value for it. And it looks to me like we're creating another thing that in the next bond issue, we're going to look at and say, well, we put it in the wrong place. I don't like it where it is. It doesn't look like it works for the campus. It looks like it was designed as a parking attendant building for people coming up to park their cars as opposed to an admin building for the campus. I just don't understand why you put it there. So I have significant problems with the siting of that admin building. So I got two guys here who are engineers who are supposed to design this stuff for schools. So I'm putting it to you guys, can you do better? This looks to me like a miss.
Well,
it's a lot of money. So there's
what is the principal and the staff? I kind of agree with Ross a little bit. It's kind of sitting out there, and then you got to walk across the play yard to get to any classroom, and that's typically.
Well, currently most
right where that shade structure is. I mean, that would be better. Move the shade structure and put it right. I don't know where your pointer is. You can't see my pointer. The shade structure to the right, to the right, to the right, it looks like a solar panel. It's a shade.
Yeah,
that's a shade structure that Rotary or somebody paid for.
That's the solar panels.
Is it a solar panel? Okay, good. Well, even better.
That's the shade structure. I do know that talking to the school that, the buses come back here and drop off and staff parks back here, but all of the kids, less the ones that walk, typically they get all of their traffic through here, and the people that come visit park in here because there's no parking up here. And then they have to walk all the way through campus to go to the office up here. And then if you're having to, go see the office when you pick up your kid because you can't get back here with the buses and the staff parking, it just was very inefficient. And the staff felt that they were always in the back of campus.
I'm okay that you want to make it better. I just want to not have a solution that's just as bad as the one you've already got.
Well, they felt up here that the buses would still come in the back, but all of the visitors and parking and people need to come in for attendance and take the kids out for doctor's appointments and whatnot. Very easy to come in, check in, get out. And you could still, everybody would walk by the campus here, better security. And then this would still just be for buses and staff parking. And this would be a kindergarten wing completely. And it is moving it from kind of one end to the other, but every input we've gotten from staff, and Craig, please jump in here. You've done a few more of these than I. This is where everybody thought it would be a really good front of campus to.
I'm going to vote against it. I just think I want you to go back and rethink it.
It's I'm thinking of Hamilton, and it's kind of Hamilton where it is now and where the kindergarten classroom is. It's a long ways away. So when you look at it that way, it's not necessarily centrally located, the Hamilton office. It's on the south end of the campus, and So it's not ideal. And this one does feel like the same sort of.
Yeah.
I have to say that from a security standpoint, if you have that right on the perimeter of the school property, you don't have people, strangers walking on the campus without being able to check in.
Well, unless they come through the back parking lot where the buses pull in, you don't have, you lost control there.
Then you got to secure that somehow.
Do you have a,
So I want to see I don't see a plan here. I just see, this doesn't look like it's been thought through to me. I'd like
Really,
to have to go back and look at it again.
Any comments from Craig or Jason?
what we've been seeing with admin, and a lot of districts like to do, is secure the campus. This has a lot, it's a pretty porous campus, especially around the fields and also the cul-de-sac. But with admin buildings, what we've been doing is having it so that you can open gates during drop-off time and pickup time. But at times when school is going on, you can shut off all of the entry points to the campus and have a door into the admin building so that you have to confront the attendants, and then a separate door out of that into the campus so that there's really only one access point. That's really what we're trying to do here.
I like your objective. I just don't think you achieved it. That's all.
So Ross, if I could say something here, I think one of the fundamental challenges we have at this campus, aside from, you know, it being upside down, is that the parking lot, the trek from the parking lot to the very first building is a long one. And you either put the building in with the other buildings, and then you have a long trek from the parking lot to get to the office, or you put it out by the parking lot where you get right to the office from the parking lot. You can't, unless you move the whole campus south, you can't avoid that. You got to do one or the other. And I'm not saying which one's right. I'm
just thinking I think somebody could do better if you gave them a little time. That's all. I'm not saying I have a better solution. I just think somebody could do better than this. And I'd like to have them try.
So what is the timeline on?
Yeah, what is our timeline, Mike?
again, spending the next probably 5 months or so doing getting to the detailed design with the goal of, I think, Craig, around what, November, December, we're looking to get it to DSA.
November.
So we have some time, and if you want, we could bring something back on the July 14th meeting to provide more details or specifically address this issue and go into a little more detail about the logic behind this and how it enhances security and how we can better control the campus. That would help the board understand or see the recommendation.
Mike, I do want to ask Jason a question. Jason from our construction management group. I know that we are up against schedule if we want to move forward with the project next summer, but I also know that the administration building is on a little bit different timetable, but I'm sure we'd want to get. So can you give us an approximation of what this would do to our schedule? And Craig, feel free to jump in and add to Jason's answer.
Yeah, no problem, Yancey. So as a lot of us know, I think we're already pretty tight on schedule with this one, just with the DSA process and the time it takes to get through. So to get this thing started in summer of 21, we're already kind of up against that timeline. We're shooting for that November, I believe it's November 20th DSA submittal date. So pushing out this decision, you know, if Craig can move forward with some of the classroom stuff, I think that helps because we can get some work done between now and the July board meeting. But like you said, if it's pushed a month, that we don't have a lot of float in this schedule. So if we're pushing that decision a month or whatever it may be, I think the admin building is going to be directly reflective of that. It'll be a month behind. Now you have the current admin building that they're in, which they wouldn't, you know, they could stay in there another month longer. But then what that does on the construction side is adds to a month of GCs and general conditions costs for the contractor.
Yeah, when you got you're trying to put a kindergarten in there, so at some point you have to throw people out.
Correct.
That work.
Are we getting a portable for the campus for a temporary office, or what are we doing once they move them out of the office?
So the thought would be they would stay in the existing office until the new office, the new admin building is complete, at which point they would move over and the modernization of the current admin to kindergarten would start.
Okay.
So you could swing, well, you can't swing a whole team into a, and you'd have to have a pretty good sized portable to swing them into, or swing them into one of the other classrooms while you remodel the kindergartens. I would like you guys to try to do better. I think there's opportunity here. And it's, how much is this one building costing us, the admin building, Mike?
It was estimated, you approved a project budget of $3 million.
Yeah, so it seems to me, you know, $3 million is worth being spending carefully. We don't have $3 million often.
Is the rest of the board concur with that? I don't, you know, we have one trustee who potentially has, obviously has concerns about this, but
Well,
I express some concern. I'm open to, you know, obviously the site has really looked at this, and this is what they have chosen. Our architect team has, you know, guided them through some of this, I'm assuming, and Mike's guided through this.
I'm not objecting to the general model of spinning the campus.
Right.
That's not my issue. It's
No, I
how
understand.
it functions, you know.
So
So the 14th is July 14th. We could have something come back.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Just to take another peek at it, look at it again and see, make sure that this is absolutely the best.
We got a June 30 meeting already scheduled too. Although I
President
don't know if
Butler.
Yancy wants to
Yes,
do that.
I
Yancy.
do want to say, and Craig, correct me if I'm wrong. It would be important to give direction on everything but the administration building tonight, correct, Craig?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the rest I agree with. I don't have a problem with the rest of the work.
So I'll move that we approve everything but the administration building or bring it back.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions when
I'll second it.
you get a second. I'm not prepared to second this.
Okay, so we have a first by trustee Mack and a second by trustee Cooper. This is to approve everything but the admin building. And so questions, trustee Nell?
Well, so I'm okay with the plan as is, but I respect the points that have been brought up about the position, and I'll make some assumptions on my own that if we tried to move this building somewhere else, we probably run into costs that, you know, prohibitive costs, or there'd be some other geographic or geological, I'm sorry, or some other flow issue. But I'll tell you, I really do agree with the point that Trustee Miller's making about it. So I'd like to have that vetted. And so as long as we're talking about vetting right now, I was going to tease him, you know, Mike a little bit about he must be the greatest salesperson in the world, because we're listening to these two very, very large proposals, you know, heavy investments into two of our very, you know, older and deserving elementary schools, but there's no principal here. There's no site leadership here. As much as I'd like to take Mike on his word, because Mike, I really do trust you that you've talked to them and everything, but you got to verify this stuff. I'm not going to vote to proceed on these kind of dollars. So I guess my comment is now directed at the superintendent. Where are the principals or some sort of site representation for this particular presentation? The fact that they're not here is very disturbing. I mean, I don't know what to do without their input. Perhaps there's emails, there's some minutes or some agendas you can send the board so that we can see that involvement is actually taking place. But I've been around long enough to know that we better have rock solid proof that the community's got buy-in on these plans before we proceed much further than we already have. So my position is, let's figure out a way to come up with some ideas around moving this administration building a little bit tighter to the campus. But I'm not going to vote for anything until I start hearing from principals or other site leadership.
So I'm happy to change our practice to represent that.
Well,
that hasn't been our recent practice through this bond. If that's what the quorum of the board wants us to do, I'm happy to make that change.
I disagree that that hasn't been our practice.
Okay.
I think we have, when you want to talk about some of the smaller things that we've done, or you want to talk about some of the bigger things we've done, I can assure you that the arts people and the science people have been involved, and and there's evidence of these meetings, and I have emails and comments to go with it. But this is a blank.
Happy to adjust the process as the board desires.
It's late, Chris. I'm just a little frustrated.
I know.
I want this to happen. This is very exciting.
I am too.
This is very exciting, and as I said, long overdue, and I can hardly wait to get it going. But seriously,
Okay, so we'll move
the
forward.
community's got to be involved in this.
So guys, the community has been very involved in this. The community doesn't happen to be here at 11:50 at night, but the community has been very involved in all of these discussions. The principals have walked the campuses. The teachers have gone to visit other classrooms. The simple fact that they're not here tonight doesn't mean they weren't involved in the process. So, but we're going to bring this back. We're happy to bring the appropriate principal back so they can share their perspective.
Chris, I hope you understand. I mean, I really would like to hear it firsthand.
I understand.
And I think they might be in a position to, to assure Trustee Milrick on some of the concerns that he has. Maybe all intents and purposes, they'd be in a position to say, no, this is what we want.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm looking towards Craig and Jason to put an eyeball on this. They've seen 100 school campuses. I want the local administration to be involved, but I really want to look to these guys and just ask them to look at it harder, because I think you guys both can do better than this. You haven't made your living in this industry for this long, and so.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. This is first by Trustee Mack, a second by Trustee Cooper. This is to approve the Linwood site project, to move forward on that, to approve the Olive site project excluding the administration building.
And they'll bring that back within a month.
We'll come back on the 14th, and we'll hope that Elizabeth, the principal, is available to provide some background and feedback to us.
And I think both. I'd like to hear from Linwood too. I mean, obviously that looks really good to me, but again, there seems to be no. I know what I'm being told, but I need to have firsthand knowledge of their involvement and what they think of these plans.
But we'll make sure that they.
I'm prepared to support the motion.
Okay.
As stated.
I am as well. Yep, I am.
Okay.
Yep.
And we'll make sure that the principals or representation from the schools on these types of projects are available and present at the board meetings.
Yeah, they can be they can be minutes or scheduled meetings, an opportunity for board members to even attend. That's what I did. That is what we did at the high schools. So I thought it was going to happen.
Yeah, but I think we've approved some projects in between there, and some of that, and that has gone by we haven't included the representation from the schools on some of those other projects in between.
That's great. So, I'll grant you that. I'm talking about the bigger.
You're talking about the big, and this is a big project, and when you look at it now, yes, this is a big project, but there was that we haven't done it for every single project.
Okay, so you guys, everybody's working hard, doing a good job. We're going to get this done. So
yes,
I'm happy.
All right, so I'm going to move forward with the motion. All those in favor?
Yes.
I can't really see everybody. Sorry.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
6-0, 1 absent.
Right, and thank you for my associates for listening to me rant and rave a little bit. I just know we can. I know we got the right team. I just believe they can do better. That's
okay.
Right.
All right, board members, that concludes our meeting at 11:52. So thank you for hanging in there. Tough evening for all of us and for our community and just where we are financially. It's tough times. So Hang in there. Our next regular scheduled board meeting is June 30th, beginning at probably 6 o'clock closed session and a 7 o'clock open session. This meeting's adjourned.
Craig,
Thanks, everybody.